Welcome to the opening night of PMF 2020, the annual Festival of the Arts, a festival of writing, art, performance and video. As program directors of the festival, David Vichna and myself, Aljaž Koprivnikar, would like to welcome you to the 12th edition of the Micro Festival.
Vítejte na zahajovacím večeru Pražského mikrofestivalu 2020. Každoroční přehlídky umělecké tvorby a festivalu psaní, výtvarného umění, videa a živých vystoupení. Coby programoví ředitelé festivalu bychom vás, můj kolega Aljaž Koprivnikar a já, David Vichnar, rádi krátce s letošním ročníkem seznámili.
On behalf of the directing team, namely ourselves and our dear friends and colleagues, Louis Armand, Vít Bochal, Jeffrey Howe, Dunia Ilic, Narmin Ismieva, Linka Mala, Samira Mikibes, and Tomáš Vesely, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the 12th edition of Microfestival.
Jménem organizačního výboru, tedy nás a našich přátel a kolegů Louise Armanda, Víta Bohala, Jeffreyho Howa, Duni Ilic, Narmin Ismievy, Lenky Malé, Samíry Mekibes a Tomáše Veselého vás srdečně vítáme na již 12. ročníku našeho mikrofestivalu.
There is no need to go into much details explaining why this welcome note is different than all the previous ones and why this year has been so difficult for the PMF as well as for all live culture. When back in February we chose a name and topic for this year's festival, the slogan Mayday, we still have no idea how prophetic it would turn out to be.
Není třeba se rozšiřovat o tom, proč je tato naše zdravice jiná než ty předchozí a proč byl letošní rok pro PMF stejně jako pro celou živou kulturu tak svízelný. Když jsme v únoru tohoto roku za název a téma pro kritické kolokvium vybrali Mayday, tedy SOS, netušili jsme ještě, jak prorockým se toto téma stane.
The original date of late April and early May turned out impossible because of the lockdown of the entire Czech Republic due to the COVID-19 pandemic. PMF is thus taking place only now, at the end of October, in a situation both locally and globally perhaps even more difficult.
Původní termín na přelomu dubna a května nakonec nebyl z důvodu lockdownu celé České republiky kvůli pandemii COVID-19 možný. PMF 2020 se tedy koná až nyní, na konci října, za situace pro Českou republiku a celou Evropu snad ještě svízelnější.
However, PMF has taken this crisis as a chance. It will take place fully online on its beautiful new website, which will be the welcomed opportunity of recording and archiving all the performances, videos, and reading alongside their English and Czech translations. For the next 3 evenings, PMF will offer a fully bilingual experience, bringing together some of the most interesting authors and performers who have answered its call in the times of crisis.
Krizi však PMF pojal jako šanci. Koná se plně online na svých krásných nových webových stránkách, což přinese vítanou možnost všechna jeho vystoupení nahrát a archivovat spolu se všemi texty čtení a jejich anglickým a českým překladem. Další 3 večery tak nabídnou plně dvojjazyčný zážitek, který publiku českému i zahraničnímu představí to nejzajímavější ze spisovatelů a performerů, kteří vyslyšeli volání mikrofestivalu v čase nouze.
This year PMF will feature 13 readings from authors from over 10 countries who have kindly sent us their text and pre-recorded readings. Our thanks go to them all, namely Anis Matzi, Kira Pietrek, Artis Ostup, Sheila Manix, and Dragana Mokan, who will be reading today, followed by Hawkin, John Trefdry, and Richard Mekin, reading tomorrow, and then on Sunday we will get to listen to the readings by Natasha Velikonia, Johnny Pope, Nina Dragicevic, and Herman Sierra.
Tento rok představí PMF 13 autorů z plné desítky různých zemí světa, kteří byli tak laskaví a poslali nám texty a videa svých čtení. Děkujeme tímto jim všem. Jmenovitě jsou to Anis Matzi, Kira Pietrek, Artis Ostups, Sheila Manix a Dragana Mokan, kteří budou číst dnes. Ty budou v sobotu následovat Paul Hawkins, Sarah Scott-Thorne, John Trefry a Richard Macon. V neděli pak uslyšíme autory Natasha Velikonia, Johnny Pulp, Nina Dragicevic a Herman Sierra.
The readings will be followed by music and art, including performances by Donwa Group, Aidu Aptiv Group, Tico Sai, Orkida Bracula, Valena Sandoval, and Loretta Lau, as well as music gigs by Autopatic and Eli Anders and Roxanne.
Po čteních budou následovat hudba a umění, včetně vystoupení taneční skupiny Noir, performativní přednášky skupiny Aido Aptiv a vystoupení performerů Tico Sai, Orkida Bracula, Valena Sandoval a Loretta Lau, stejně jako hudební sety Autopoetic a Ellie Anders, jakož i zpěvačky Roxanne.
There will be more. A live colloquium on the subject of May Day after the readings today, featuring some very special guests from abroad, Bogna Konior, Mark Horvat, Adam Lovas, and Robin McKay, followed by a roundtable on contemporary small presses and radical publishing tomorrow, featuring such important independent publishers as Andre Wild of 1111, Manuel Merero of Expat Press, Sarah Scott-Horn of Hester Glock, and Simone Hutchinson of Hedera Felix.
To není vše. Dnes po čteních se uskuteční kolokvium na téma krize a SOS, na němž přivítáme zvláštní hosty ze zahraničí. Budou jimi Bogna Konior, Mark Horváth, Adam Lovas a Robin McKay. Zítra bude po čteních následovat panelová debata o současných malých nakladatelstvích, na níž vystoupí takové výrazné osobnosti současného anglofonního vydavatelství, jako Andrew Wild z nakladatelství 1111, Manuel Marrero z Expat Press, Sarah Scott-Thorne za Hester Glock a Simon Hutchinson za Hedera Felix.
There will be even more. On Sunday, we will have a short film screening segment featuring the work of Dustin Breitling, Michael Rowland, and Joe Blin, followed by a series of PMF book launch video presentations featuring launches of books by Louis Armand, Phil O'Neill, Alex Chermak, and Johnny Pope. Nothing micro about any of this.
To stále ještě není vše. V neděli si vychutnáme promítání krátkých filmů z dílny umělců Dustina Breitlinga, Michaela Rowlanda a Joe Blin, po kterých bude následovat řada knižních videokřtů, na kterých uvedeme nové knihy Louise Armanda, Phila O'Neilla, Aleše Čermáka a Johnnyho Palpa. Toto už, jak uznáte sami, není nic mikro.
In conclusion, we would like to thank all those without whose help and support this year PMF could not be this macro. None of what we are looking forward to now would be possible without the creator of our new website, Mr. Lloyd Dunn, and our fabulous tech support, Tomasz Mladek and Pavel Oswald. Our thanks also go to our friends at the Punctum Community Center, who are overseeing the success of PMF from afar. We cannot wait to see you guys live.
Závěrem se sluší poděkovat všem, bez jejichž pomoci by letošní mikrofestival nemohl být takto makro. Nic z toho, co jsme právě uvedli, by nebylo možné bez tvůrce nových webových stránek PMF, pana Lloyda Dana, a bez technického zabezpečení celé akce, jmenovitě našich skvělých techniků Tomáše Mládka a Pavla Osvalda. Děkujeme též přátelům v komunitním centru Punctum, kteří na zdar letošního ročníku dohlížejí zpovzdálí. Už se nemůžeme dočkat, až se zase uvidíme naživo.
Let us one more time thank the organization team who have worked tirelessly on making it possible for the following 3 evenings to take place, namely Louis Armand, Vít Bohal, Jeffrey Howe, Dunia Ilic, Narmin Ismieva, Linka Mala, Samira Mekibes and Tomáš Vesely.
Ještě jednou nám dovolte poděkovat organizačnímu výboru PMF, který neúnavně pracoval na tom, aby se tyto 3 večery uskutečnily aspoň touto formou. Jmenovitě jsou to Louis Armand, Vít Bohal, Jeffrey Howe, Dunia Ilic, Narmin Ismieva, Lenka Malá, Samira Mekibes a Tomáš Veselý. Děkujeme.
Last but not least, the biggest thanks go to those generously supporting us, our sponsors and partners. The Czech Ministry of Culture, Prague Municipality Grant, Versopolis, Organization of Latvian Literature, the Slovenian Book Agency, the Irish Embassy in Prague, and the Faculty of Arts of Charles University. PMF also wishes to thank our media partners, A2, Tvar, and Czech Radio Vltava. Thank you all so much.
Nakonec poděkujeme těm nejdůležitějším, tedy za velkorysou podporu našich sponzorů a partnerů. Jsou jimi Ministerstvo kultury České republiky, Magistrát hlavního města Praha, Versopolis, Organizace Lotyšská literatura, Slovinský knižní klub, Velvyslanectví Irské republiky v Praze a Filozofická fakulta Univerzity Karlovy. Také bychom tímto rádi poděkovali našim mediálním partnerům, časopisům A2 a Tvar, jakož i Českému rozhlasu Vltava. Všem moc děkujeme.
Now allow us to wish you a pleasant and fun-free evenings in the company of PMF 2020. Let us also express the hope that its lucky 14th edition in 2021 will enable us to meet closer and better than via a computer screen. Hope to see you all soon live in Prague.
A nyní nám už dovolte, abychom vám popřáli příjemnou zábavu po příští 3 dny a večery ve společnosti PMF a vyjádřit naději, že se na šťastném 13. ročníku festivalu v roce 2021 shledáme už blíže a lépe, než takto přes počítačovou obrazovku. Doufáme tedy v brzkou shledanou naživo v Praze. See you soon.
Hallo, ich lese aus Inseln. Sagen wir, es war einmal. Sagen wir, es war einmal, was einmal war. Sagen wir, einmal zu einer Zeit. Sagen wir, sie lebte, sie war. Sagen wir, es war einmal, es war kein Mal. Als junger Mann verfasste mein Vater, der da noch nicht mein Vater war, Märchengeschichten für das Kinderprogramm von Radio Tirana. Die Stelle wurde ihm durch eine Cousine meiner Mutter vermittelt, Margarita, die erst Elektrikerin gelernt, dann Schauspiel und schließlich Regie studiert hat und mit ihrem sehr kurzen schwarzen Haar wie Gertrude Stein aussieht. Viele Jahre alleinstehend arbeitete sie später im Kosovo und kam in den Semesterferien nach Tirana, wo sie ihr ausländisches Leben in knappen Worten skizzierte. Sie blieb, was auch ich immer sein wollte, ein Mysterium. Das Amalgam meiner Kindheit zwischen Schlafen und Wachen. Hexenhäuser auf Hühnerbeinen, der weise Dorfdulli Nasreddin Hoxha, der kleine Bär, der sich und seiner berufstätigen Bärenmutter ein Eis kauft, die Prinzessin, die, bewaffnet mit einem Paar eiserner Schuhe, einer eisernen Tasche und einigen eisernen Münzen in die weite Welt hinauszieht. Ein Zauberjunge, der alles zum Guten wendet. Kapitän Nero, Huckleberry Finn. Ungefähr ein Jahrzehnt lang hat mein Vater deutschsprachige Zeitungsartikel und historische Forschungsberichte über das Land seiner Herkunft ins Albanische übersetzt. Mir wurde das Ausmaß seiner Tätigkeit, die er still und stoisch pflegte, erst klar, als das Forum, in dem er seine Übersetzungen veröffentlichte, vom Netz genommen wurde. Wie er mir später erzählte, hatten die meisten seiner Posts einige tausend Unique Visits, manche aber erreichten die Zehntausender-Marke, zuletzt eine fast 30 Jahre alte Literaturkritik. Mein Vater, der 2 Spiralbindemaschinen, ein Laminiergerät, einen Multifunktionsdrucker und an die 100 Aktenordner besitzt, mein Vater also, der auch Verwaltung und Aktenablage liebt, hatte keine Sicherheitskopien gemacht. Er hatte die Übersetzung meist direkt in das Feld innerhalb des Browserfensters getippt, das man zum Posten benutzt, ohne den Umweg übers Textverarbeitungsprogramm zu gehen. Erst war ich fassungslos, dann sehr betreten. Wir sprachen über die gefährdete Pressefreiheit in Albanien, über die Manipulation europäischer Wählerinnen, über Cambridge Analytica und bezahlte Trolle, über albanische Fernsehmoderatorinnen, die sich der eigentlichen Sprache anscheinend kaum mächtig in einer Art einzigen Neologismus ausdrücken. Auf eine Weise, für die die Immigrantenkinder in den Dutzenden Sommern seit der Wende scharf gescholten worden sind. Abschließend warnte er mich, wie er es schon immer getan hat, ich möge stets Sicherheitskopien anfertigen, dreifach, auf einer externen Festplatte, auf Papier und schließlich in der Wolke, wie er die digitale Cloud ganz selbstverständlich nennt. Mir aber war erst einige Wochen zuvor selbst ein Unglück widerfahren. Am Vorabend des Lucia-Festes hatte ich versucht, eine wiederkehrende, nervtötende Fehlermeldung zum Verstummen zu bringen und so versehentlich meinen iCloud-Account gelöscht und mit ihm unwiderruflich ungefähr 4.000 der insgesamt über 5.000 Notizen, die ich in den vergangenen 3 Jahren angesammelt hatte. Ich beherrschte diese Notizen wie sonst nichts in meinem Leben. Mein Zugriff auf sie erschien als vollständiger. Sie waren mein Versuch, mir einen Reim auf die ständige Herstellung und Wiederherstellung der Wirklichkeit zu machen, der ich mich ausgesetzt sah, der zu entgehen mir noch immer unmöglich ist. Da waren synchronisierte Ordner und Unterordner und Unterunterordner, in ihnen belauschtes, E-Mail-Anfänge, Kurzessays, erste Sätze, letzte Sätze, Plots, Wikipedia-Artikel, schöne Begriffe, Listen und Listen und Listen. Mein ganzes Leben war systematischer und klarer als jemals in der immer etwas unzulänglichen physischen Welt dort abgelegt. Jeder Schreibakt begann damit, dass ich die Notizen per Steuerung F nach relevanten Stichwörtern durchforstete. Nur wenn sich die vergangene und die zukünftige Enis in der jetzigen, in den Ordnern wühlenden vereinten, war die Herstellung derjenigen Bedeutung und Behauptung, die man in Ermangelung alternativer Begriffe Text nennt, möglich. Am wichtigsten waren die Wikipedia-Artikel. Sie haben Bestand und das tröstet mich. Für einen meiner Lieblingsartikel gilt das gerade nicht, doch gerade ihn erinnere ich. Okkulte DDR. 2 Jahre und 1 Tag, bevor ich versehentlich meine Notizen vernichtete, löschte Ephraim 33 ihn endgültig, nachdem Baumfreund FFM den Artikel 2,5 Monate zuvor bereits in das Lemma Umgang mit dem Paranormalen in der DDR verschoben hatte. Beide User haben durch ihre langjährige Tätigkeit in der Wikipedia im Jahre des Herrn 2007 Administratorenprivilegien, wie beispielsweise das Recht zur Löschung erhalten. Seit einem Jahrzehnt treffen sie Entscheidungen, die das Wissen aller formen. Seit einem Jahrzehnt übernehmen sie Verantwortung und ebenso lange schon verfolge ich die Löschdiskussion. Ich bin süchtig. Neben der Registerkarte Artikel verfügt jedes Lemma über die zusätzliche Registerkarte Diskussion. Lemmata wie Krieg in der Ukraine seit 2014 oder Wuppertaler Schwebebahn verfügen über Archive, in denen langwierige Diskussionspunkte nach Jahren sortiert zusammengefasst werden. Unter Natronsee oder Hans Reiter, Mathematiker, herrscht Leere. Ich erinnere mich als Kindersitz Ich erinnere mich als Kind im Schneidersitz, den man auch Zwiebelverkäufersitz nennen kann, auf dem Boden, wie ich den Wadrich unter dem Bett hervorhole, die Vokabeln studiere, als verstünde ich sie, Stunden, Tage für einen Buchstaben, E, G, Q, Y. Diesen Sommer will ich das Archiv von Radio Tirana besuchen und mir die Märchen meines Vaters anhören. Ihre fortdauernde Existenz ist nicht mehr als ein frommer Wunsch. Er sagt, sie seien im Grunde von denen, die er mir und meiner Schwester als Kindern erzählte, kaum zu unterscheiden. Und dieses Kaum ist es, das mich interessiert, das den Unterschied macht. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass diese Märchen möglich waren im albanischen Radio Ende der 80er Jahre. Der sogenannte eiserne Vorhang war noch nicht gefallen. Ivi, der erste Punk Tiranas, vermutlich schon zum 2. oder 3. Mal in die Psychiatrie eingeliefert worden. Mein Vater stand um Petroleum an. Helmut Kohl machte sein Ding. Der Westen war der Westen und der Osten war der Osten. Die Väter meiner Freundinnen und Freunde arbeiteten unter Tage, holten ihre Frau nach, gründeten ihre zweite Rockband, absolvierten eine Ausbildung als Industrieschlosser bei irgendeinem volkseigenen Betrieb, hüteten das Vieh oder verbrachten beruflich ein halbes Jahr in Asien. Unsere Väter waren noch nicht unsere Väter da, die Welt war eine andere da. Wir haben den Übergang nicht ermitteln können. Wir haben den Augenblick verpasst, in dem sie eine andere wurde, in dem ihre Produktionsverfahren sich änderten, in dem die alten Methoden der Herstellung von Wirklichkeit ausgeschlichen wurden. Dieser Augenblick war nicht unbedingt der Mauerfall, und doch kam er dem Abtragen einer Mauer gleich, hinter der sich, bis dahin unbesehen, ein Meer aus Stacheldraht verbarg. Der Todesstreifen entpuppte sich als Spand. Ich kann mir also nicht vorstellen, dass damals, Ende der 80er Jahre, auf Radio Tirana die gleichen Märchen laufen konnten, die mein Vater mir und meiner Schwester später erzählte. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass irgendein Kommilitone Margaritas seine Stimme dem Zauberjungen lieh, der auf der Flucht vor der bösen Hexe die Prinzessin in ein Minarett verwandelt und sich selbst in eine giftige Schlange, die sich darum windet. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass das Paranormale und das Übernatürliche zugelassen wurden. Ich weiß, es gab keinen Platz für Subversion. Ich weiß, Subversion war nie die Absicht meines Vaters. Ich weiß, bei der Beurteilung dessen, was als subversiv gilt und was nicht, hat die Frage der Absicht noch nie eine Rolle gespielt. Meine Hoffnung, ich könnte das alles rückgängig machen, die Notizen würden irgendwie wieder auftauchen, die Übersetzungen aus den Untiefen der Wayback Machine angespült werden, erwies sich als vergeblich. Wenn seine Übersetzungen eine besondere Stärke hatten, meint mein Vater, dann war das ihre Freiheit. Ich kenne sie nicht. Man sagt, ich spreche Albanisch und Flaschip. Man sagt, ich spreche aus und Schiptoi. Man sagt, ich übersetze ins Albanische und Schipperoi. Man sagt, sie, ein Adler. Nein, man sagt, sie, eine Adlerin, Shi, mir Schipoi. Meine Überraschung, als ich, das Kind, zum ersten Mal mit meiner Mutter in Kabale und Liebe ging, ihr Lieblingsstück, meine Übersetzung also, dass da keine Reime sind in diesem Text, wo sie in der albanischen Übersetzung, die meine Mutter in den unpassendsten Gelegenheiten zum Besten gibt, unbestreitbar existieren. Luise sagt, dieser Brief, fasse dich, ein entsetzliches Wort zu hören. Meine Hand schrieb, was mein Herz verdammte. Dein Vater hat ihn diktiert. Luise sagt, Gott later, kjo dore shkroj, kjo zemre malkoj, ut atma diktoj. Und sagt nichts mehr, und der Präsident ergreift die Hand des sterbenden Sohnes, der nur ein weiterer in einer Reihe blutrünstiger Männer ist, ganz gleich ob real oder fiktiv. Und der Präsident, auch er vermutlich im Grunde ein Amerikaner, ergreift die Hand des sterbenden Mörders, um eine Vergebung zu behaupten, die der ihm nicht gab. Reiche bestehen, Reiche vergehen, meint mein Vater, der ein posttotalitärer Vater ist. Und diesen Standpunkt den seinen zu nennen, ist Wahrheit und Lüge zugleich. Der Sozialismus war nur ein weiterer in einer Reihe gescheiterter Versuche, meint mein Vater. Versuch's nochmal. Tönt es, irrt man sich, aus dem Kästchen eines Quizspiels, das wir in der Grundschule ausleihen durften. Ich erinnere, mein Vater, der seinen zwecks Unterhaltung auf der Nachtschicht erworbenen, transportablen Kleinstfernseher mit einem Mann teilte, der nach allem, was ich weiß, keinen Vornamen hatte, sondern bloß der DDRler hieß, bekennender Ausländerfeind war, aber ihm, meinem Vater, seinem Kollegen, der darüber hinaus über einen Fernseher verfügte, versicherte, du bist anders als die anderen, ganz anders. Ich erinnere mich, 7-jährig, empört, wie ich meinem Vater befehle, nie mehr mit diesem gemeinen Mann zu sprechen. Ich erinnere meinen Vater, wie er schallend lacht und sagt, du hast noch viel zu lernen. Wie das Wort Widerstand mit Mündern formen, die dort sprechen lernten, wo Dissidenz gemeinhin als unmöglich galt, wo Widerstand 3 offizielle und damit einzig mögliche Formen hatte. Gegen die Nazis, gegen den kapitalistischen Imperialismus, gegen den sowjetischen Revisionismus. Was ist das Verhältnis zwischen Wissen und Widerstand? Im Himmel, damals, vermutlich auch heute, keine paranormalen Aktivitäten, nur Sternstaub und Mikrowellen und Dinge, die wir noch nicht ganz verstehen. Auf den Gassen, den Boulevards und Plätzen heißt es, hinaus zum 1. Mai, hinaus zum Tag der Frau, hinaus zum Tag der Befreiung, hinaus. Ich studiere, ich lese, ich stelle fest, im Spätkapitalismus wird der Dissidente nicht mehr gefoltert und ermordet. Er wird zum Fremden erklärt. Ich schreibe, die Flüchtige steht unter einem anderen Himmel. Ihre Augen sehen eine andere Weite. Dankeschön.
Lochy. Przez lochy luźne rozumie się lochy, które zostały odsadzone od prosiąt, ale jeszcze nie pokryte. Intensywność owulacji i skuteczność krycia zależy od ruchu na świeżym powietrzu. To nie są jakieś zwykłe wybory jurorek lub małe wielkie zmiany. Dojrzałość jest pojęciem jednoznacznym i może być używane w różnych aspektach. Ciąża rozwija się nawet wtedy, gdy musi kosztem matki. W takiej właśnie sytuacji znajdują się te lożki, które zostały zbyt wcześnie pokryte. Kobiety masturbują się średnio od 14 roku życia, mężczyźni nawet od 11. Kto małoletniemu poniżej lat 15 prezentuje treści pornograficzne lub udostępnia przedmioty mające taki charakter, albo rozpowszechnia treści pornograficzne w sposób umożliwiający małoletniemu zapoznanie się z nimi, podlega grzywnie, karze ograniczenia wolności albo pozbawienia wolności do lat 2. Edukacja seksualna w gimnazjach sprowadza się do lekcji wychowanie do życia w rodzinie. Celem tych zajęć jest przyjęcie integralnej wizji osoby, wybór i urzeczywistnianie wartości służących osobowemu rozwojowi, rozwiązywanie problemów i pokonywanie trudności okresu dorastania. Najpewniejszą metodą wykrywania rui jest stwierdzenie odruchu tolerancji przez dosiadanie. Dilbert. Odpowiednie mieszkanie i prawidłowe żywienie to niezbędne warunki powodzenia. Korporacyjni negocjatorzy nie będą z Tobą negocjować. To oni decydują o wynikach produkcyjnych w większym stopniu niż rasa lub przynależność klasowa, nawet jeśli masturbujesz się butelką Peroni Italii. Do najważniejszych czynników tych warunków należą temperatura, wilgotność i skład chemiczny powietrza. Niepełnosprawny brzuchomówca po aborcji nie wniesie tu nic nowego, zwłaszcza jeśli ma ograniczone możliwości wydzielania potu i nie przemawia językiem korzyści, bo poci się tylko tarczą ryja. Pozwalam Ci stawać się wielkim w naszej bawialni-sypialni. Oczywiście wydzielamy ciepło. Zauważasz, Różnicę między ciepłem wytwarzanym w organizmie a ciepłem wydzielanym? Nie. Oczywiście. PR nie ma z tym nic wspólnego, robaczku. Zmniejszenie apetytu i przyrostu masy ciała przynosi oczywiste straty. Ale dla kogo? Ci, którzy zarabiają mniej, wydają się znacznie młodsi farciarze. Właściwie martwi mnie tylko, że na każdym rogu ulicy stoi jakaś niedorozwinięta kobieta. To już nawet nie jest młodzież przeznaczona do rozpłodu. Koleżanki poniżają się przed pracodawcą. Jedna z nich jest jego żoną. Żaden ze stażystów się nie moczy. Nic, tylko piję kawę i myję zęby. To nie są moje koleżanki. Nasłuchuję, czy ktoś nie sika obok, dając z siebie tylko wszystko. Krystyna zauważyła, że ktoś nie spukuje po sobie w ubikacji. Wie, kto to jest. Raz, bezpośrednio po tej osobie weszła do toalety, a tam w muszli pływała kupa. Potem był drugi raz i Krystyna poznała po kształcie. Retuszuję wypryski modelce, która z założenia ma seksowne nogi. Krystyna odchodzi do innej firmy. Za 14 dni robi jej się żal. Już nigdy nie zamówi tych żółtych karteczek. Przynajmniej nie w tej firmie. Mamy wreszcie pracocholiczki. Świat oszalał na ich punkcie. Mają podkrążone oczy od braku orgazmu. Geje jedzą sushi, którego nie lubią. Biura matrymonialne ejakulują przez internet. Córka właścicielki Centrum Handlu Sztuki zamawia osobistą sesję zdjęciową dzień przed porodem. Nie pyta, kto będzie retuszował jej spuchnięte łydki, bo płaci. Mamy unifikację lesbijek i feministek. Mamy unifikację gejów i feministów. Odkąd ciąża jest dyskryminacją, sztuka nie ma sensu. Ale trzeba robić coś innego. Sprawdzać, jak sport i seks zmieniają nasze życie. Zakładać nowe magazyny tematyczne. Artysta, geniusz czy pracocholik. Mogłabym wsadzić wszystkim, którzy każą czytać brytyjskiego Vogue'a. Oba sutki są spolaryzowane. Mogłabym wsadzić wszystkim. Oba sutki są obdarzone znakiem plus i minus. Mogłabym wsadzić wszystkim, którzy każą czytać rosyjskiego Vogue'a. Mamo, przepraszam, że nie powiedziałam ci o aborcji. Bezdzietne stare panny, młodociane matki, wierni uczestnicy półkolonii dla bezkręgowców, niby nóżki, niewydymki, spermozjady, darmozjady, półgłówkowie rodacy, samice alfa, wy torsje, poważnie podchodzący do idiotycznych problemów, idiotycznie podchodzący do problemów poważnych, ulicznicy, kurwiszony, podli mizogamiści, naiwne feministki, bogobojne sterydy, mamisynkowie bez jąder, prostacy z dziur i picimentu, miałkie fanatyczki mopsów, amatorzy jęków na kortach tenisowych, kluczowi endemici, samotne włazitrętki, tani drukarze ulotnych materiałów, bioawangardyści, skromni, dwunożni grzybiarze spod publicznych pryszniców, smutne purchawki krytyki politycznej, wzorowi anatomiści, hodowcy satyryków, lizane maselniczki kulturoznawstwa, krępi specjaliści kolonoskopii, dziewczęta z wąsikiem, niebezpieczni ubezpieczyciele, nieletni posiadacze penisków za małych na prezerwatywy. Just do it. Be yourself. Impossible is nothing. Bezdzietne stare panny, młodociane matki, wierni uczestnicy półkolonii dla bezkręgowców, niby nóżki, niewydymki, spermozjady, darmozjady, półgłówkowie rodacy, samice alfa, wy torsje, poważnie podchodzący do idiotycznych problemów, idiotycznie podchodzący do problemów poważnych, ulicznicy, kurwiszony, podli mizogamiści, naiwne feministki, bogobojne sterydy, mamisynkowie bez jąder, prostacy z dziur i picimentu, miałkie fanatyczki mopsów, amatorzy jęków na kortach tenisowych, kluczowi endemici, samotne włazitrętki, tani drukarze ulotnych materiałów, bioawangardyści, skromni, dwunożni grzybiarze spod publicznych pryszniców, smutne purchawki krytyki politycznej, wzorowi anatomiści, hodowcy satyryków, lizane maselniczki kulturoznawstwa, krępi specjaliści kolonoskopii, dziewczęta z wąsikiem, niebezpieczni ubezpieczyciele, nieletni posiadacze penisków za małych na prezerwatywy. Razem żyjecie wyłącznie ze strachu. Najbardziej lubię ten moment, kiedy w końcu wprowadzamy prohibicję na cukier. Każdy staje się przestępcą. Każdy należy do podziemia. Każdy chce być dealerem. Nawet gruba dziewczynka i gruby piesek. Każdy jest na głodzie. Każdy kupczy ciałem dla małej dawki serotoniny. Każdy zabije dla jednego skoku glukozy. Każdy należy do mafii. Każdy oszukuje na dawkach i stawkach. Kto rży jak koń, ten rży jak koń. Zdechły pies już nigdy nie wskaże mi drogi powrotnej. Gender Studies idzie na potańcówkę. Och, ta gender. Wiecie, co ma pod sukienką? No nie wiecie. Gender Studies będzie się dzisiaj bawić. Każdy dorosły człowiek zajęty jest podtrzymywaniem swojego życia. Aż do śmierci, mówi to gender. Każdy organizm musi przyswoić określoną dawkę substancji. Aż do śmierci, mówi to gender. Och, ta gender. Wiecie, co ma, jak śpiewa piosenkę? No nie wiecie. Gender Studies będzie się dzisiaj bawić w kampusie. Gender ma ochotę na quiz. Gender ma ochotę na cukier. Gender nie tańczy za nikogo. Aż do śmierci, mówi to gender. Zaliczajmy się po kolei. Aż do śmierci, mówi to gender. Kolejny mężczyzno. Nie używam gumek, nie używasz pigułek? Uprzejmie zapoznaj się z przydomkiem matkojebca. Krzyż zasługi za badania co 3 miesiące. Gdy idę do domu po ciemku, nie onanizuj się w kominiarce. Nie onanizuj się za przepierzeniem, ani na cytadeli, gdy ćwiczę poranną gimnastykę. Nie onanizuj się na sąsiednim fotelu w przedziale. Nie wysyłaj do mnie SMS-ów z pogróżkami. Nie zostawiaj cudzych opakowań po prezerwatywach na moim łóżku. Chciwy ginekologu, wciągnij szyję, otwórz szeroko i czekaj. Wypełnij się hormonami, wypełnij się estrogenem. Odpuść sobie wątrobę. 10-krotnie ją odpuść. Oswajanie, pierwsza faza domestykacji. Domestykacja, pierwsza faza standaryzacji. Standaryzacja, pierwsza faza globalizacji. Globalizacja, dyskwalifikacji. Dyskwalifikacja, eksterminacji. Pierwsza faza domestykacji ma na celu zapewnienie nieograniczonego dostępu do ożywionych surowców. Gąski, gąski. Czego? Do domu. Boimy się. Konstytucja Polskiej Rzeczypospolitej Ludowej stwierdza co poniżej. Rada Państwa może wprowadzić stan wojenny, jeżeli wymaga tego wzgląd na obronność lub bezpieczeństwo państwa. Tworzenie zrzeszeń i udział w zrzeszeniach, których cel lub działalność godzą w ustrój polityczny i społeczny albo w porządek prawny, jest zakazane. Ustawa o działaniach antyterrorystycznych Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej stwierdza co poniżej. Jeżeli użycie oddziałów i pododdziałów policji okaże się niewystarczające, do pomocy oddziałom i pododdziałom policji mogą być użyte oddziały i pododdziały sił zbrojnych. Minister właściwy do spraw wewnętrznych z inicjatywy własnej albo na wniosek szefa ABW lub komendanta głównego policji może zarządzić zakaz odbywania zgromadzeń. Kodeks karny stwierdza co poniżej. Przestępstwem o charakterze terrorystycznym jest czyn popełniony w celu zmuszenia organu władzy publicznej Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej do podjęcia lub zaniechania określonych czynności. Przemysł parafinowy kwitnie. A gdybyś nie zajmowała się krytyką systemu, to czym? Pytam. Pewnie uczyłabym dzieci, odpowiada. W 2011 w szkołach i przedszkolach kształciło się 5,5 miliona dzieci i młodzieży. Kształciło ich 500 000 nauczycieli. Rocznie przybywa 80 000 absolwentów kierunków pedagogicznych. Każdy nowy rocznik chętnie zastąpi starą kadrę. Coraz mniej rodzi się dzieci, coraz mniej ludzi umiera. Na szczęście coraz więcej dzieci rodzą kobiety z wyższym wykształceniem. Ułatwmy im łączenie ambicji zawodowych z obowiązkami rodzinnymi. Dyplom ukończenia kierunku pedagogicznego daje możliwości. Refleksyjne spojrzenie na własną rolę zawodową, pogłębione rozumienie rzeczywistości edukacyjnej, przygotowanie do działalności prospołecznej. Dążymy do ideału. Na jedno dziecko przypadnie 1 nauczyciel, 1 opiekunka, 2 rodziców i 4 dziadków. Chodźmy na barykady walczyć o etaty dla młodych nauczycieli. Jeżeli nie czujesz oddechu na swoim ramieniu, to znaczy, że jesteś ostatni.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas, kad iznācām no baznīcas, virs pasta sarkanās dzegas, ap mēness apdrupušo ragu pulcējās zvaigznes, skatītas caur nospeķotām brillēm. Mana māte ģērbās melnā filca mētelī, ziema vilka tam šķērsām krītu, kā skolēns pār tāfeli. Vēlāk uz guļamistabas sienas es uzzīmēju vārtus, kamēr no skapja augšas mani vēroja ģipša sievietes biste, vai tāli skaņas pārsitieni no dzelzceļa un šosejas, viesa cerības uz citu, plašāku ainavu. Dārzi dega ar kraukļu tumšo, ķērcošo liesmu. Žesti. Zemē nokritis cimds rāda uz šauriem, pēkšņajā Lietuvu pamestiem galdiem. Tie stāv puslokā ap mazu itāļu restorānu, kura logos šaudās viesmīļi. Cik dod nojaust pelēkais stikls, viņu krekli joprojām ir sniegbalti, tomēr zaudējuši aploksnes stīvumu. Var tikai minēt, kā cimda mākslu šī bāreņa, kas zaudējis maigu sievietes roku, ietekmēs novakaras aklie un steidzīgie soļi. Tikmēr tepat netālu, šūpodamies jumta augstumā, kailie zari uzsver savu līdzību ar naidā trīcošiem pirkstiem, it kā grasītos žņaukt. Tā šķiet ir greizsirdība uz torņa vainagu, perēkli garām ēnām, kas saulainās dienās apraksta sanošo ielu un piesaista dīgdieņa skatienu. Kā patīkama pārmaiņa, putna ģērbonis zarotnes reversā, ar izmirkušam sveicienam, pastieptiem spārniem. Dūmu cisternas. Izpūtēju hidra veļ pelēkus smacīgus mākoņus, kuru mutuļos virmo sniegputenis. Tas plīvurs namu iekaisušajām acīm, kas raugās man pakaļ, kad noklīstu adresi meklējot. Pārāk vāja ir spuldze, kas kā noslēpumains zivs peld gaiteņa dzelmē un apspīd skaitļus virs durvīm. Kādā bārā man blakus sēž puisis, kura pirkstos reiz sprāgusi petarde, un tāpēc arī telpās, dūmu cisternās, viņš nesā melnu cimdu. Iztrūkstot īkšķim, tas atgādina mazu grābekli, ar ko savākt naudu no lipīgās letes. Ai pelnu un garlaicības sezona. Septītā zona. Koki pakalnos sastājušies ap pilsētas drupām, atvēzējis vētrai. Gaiss ir brīvs kā trompete pirms mūzikas. Pelnainā putekšnīcā dus bišu un kameņu veltīgais darbs. Tiklīdz kāds apgultos skaidās un šķēpelēs, kas ieputinājušas nīgros mūižas mūrus, tā saklausītu skaistāko motorzāģa rēkoņu. Taču pagaidām vien lapseņu pūznis mēmi iezvena mīkrēšu gājienu caur namiem un dārziem, atvērtiem un izlaupītiem, kā nelaiķu krūškurvi. Lūk pamestais šķūnis, kura spalvu izplūkājis vējš, pazemots tas gaida mirkli, kad varēs sagāzties pavisam. Tikmēr stikla vatē šķīst gaļīgi tārpi, un čūska tuvojas savam medījumam, lēni kā līgava altārim, cik gan promesošs kvēpainās vitrāžas skatiens. Pēc dieva līdzības deg atkritumu urnas. Post factum. Atraktas, lūk, mūsu mīlošās atliekas, pirksts iekrampējies pirkstā vien skaista motīva dēļ, matu sprādzes, mēmās slūžas, blakus notrūkušām kājiņām greznotiem vaigiem, lepnā trūdu svīta, kaut tikai atblāzma no zudušā spožuma, un spoguļa pusmēnesī, kā ļauns joks pagaist mūsu neizturamie vaipsti, jo samīts.
Welcome to the opening night of PMF.
Pēc neatkarības atgūšanas. Kad iznācām no baznīcas, virs pasta sarkanās dzegas, ap mēnesi apdrupušo ragu pulcējās zvaigznes, skatītas caur nospeķotām brillēm. Mana māte ģērbās melnā filca mētelī, ziema vilka tam šķērsām krītu, kā skolēns pār tāfeli. Vēlāk uz guļamistabas sienas es uzzīmēju vārtus, kamēr no skapja augšas mani vēroja ģipša sievietes biste, vai tāli skaņas pārsitieni no dzelzceļa un šosejas, viesa cerības uz citu, plašāku ainavu. Dārzi dega ar kraukļu tumšo, ķērcošo liesmu. Žesti. Zemē nokritis cimds rāda uz šauriem, pēkšņajā Lietuvu pamestiem galdiem. Tie stāv puslokā ap mazu itāļu restorānu, kura logos šaudās viesmīļi. Cik dod nojaust pelēkais stikls, viņu krekli joprojām ir sniegbalti, tomēr zaudējuši aploksnes stīvumu. Var tikai minēt, kā cimda mākslu, šī bāreņa, kas zaudējis maigu sievietes roku, ietekmēs novakaras aklie un steidzīgie soļi. Tikmēr tepat netālu, šūpodamies jumta augstumā, kailie zari uzsver savu līdzību ar naidā trīcošiem pirkstiem, it kā grasītos žņaukt. Tā šķiet ir greizsirdība uz torņa vainagu, perēkli garām ēnām, kas saulainās dienās apraksta sanošo ielu un piesaista dīgdieņa skatienu. Kā patīkama pārmaiņa, putna ģerbonis zarotnes reversā, ar izmirkušam sveicienam, pastieptiem spārniem. Dūmu cisternas. Izpūtēju hidra vēl pelēkus smacīgus mākoņus, kuru mutuļos virmo sniegputenis. Tas plīvurs namu iekaisušajām acīm, kas raugās man pakaļ, kad noklīstu, adresi meklējot. Pārāk vāja ir spuldze, kas kā noslēpumains zivs peld gaiteņa dzelmē un apspīd skaitļus virs durvīm. Kādā bārā man blakus sēž puisis, kura pirkstos reiz sprāgusi petarde, un tāpēc arī telpās, dūmu cisternās, viņš nesā melnu cimdu. Iztrūkstot īkšķim, tas atgādina mazu grābekli, ar ko savākt naudu no lipīgās letes. Ai pelnu un garlaicības sezona. 7. zona. Koki pakalnos sastājušies ap pilsētas drupām, atvēzējis vētrai. Gaiss ir brīvs kā trompete pirms mūzikas. Pelnainā putekšnīcā dus bišu un kameņu veltīgais darbs. Tiklīdz kāds apgultos skaidās un šķēpelēs, kas ieputinājušas nīgros mūžas mūrus, tā saklausītu skaistāko motorzāģu rēkoņu. Taču pagaidām vien lapseņu pūznis mēmi iezvena mīkrēšu gājienu caur namiem un dārziem, atvērtiem un izlaupītiem, kā nelaiķu krūškurvi. Lūk pamestais šķūnis, kura spalvu izplūkājis vējš, pazemots tas gaida mirkli, kad varēs sagāzties pavisam. Tikmēr stikla vatē šķīst gaļīgi tārpi, un čūska tuvojas savam medījumam, lēni kā līgava altārim, cik gan promesošs kvēpainās vitrāžas skatiens. Pēc dieva līdzības deg atkritumu urnas. Post factum. Atraktas, lūk, mūsu mīlošās atliekas, pirksts iekrampējies pirkstā vien skaista motīva dēļ, matu sprādzes, mēmās slūžas, blakus notrūkušām kājiņām greznotiem vaigiem, lepnā trūdu svīta, kaut tikai atblāzma no zudušā spožuma, un spoguļa pusmēnesī, kā ļauns joks pagaist mūsu neizturamie vaipsti, jo samīts tikai īsais brīdis, kad krūtīs no iekšpuses, kā atslēga tumšā istabā, vēl cirtās piedošanas knābis. Vēstules Zuzetei. Pūš austrenis, Helderlīna, mīļākais vējš, vismaz kopš 1803. gada, kad viņš Tībingenai sacer himnu Andenken, un līdz pat šim brīdim zem pavisam citām papelēm. Tie var būt pumpuri lēnā sprādzienā vai septembra ēnas piebirušas ziediem, ja reiz maldīties laikā, bet es nespēju tur pazust kopā ar tevi, kas vienmēr paliec svešumā. Līdzīgi Helderlīns dzīvoja Zuzetei, Frankfurtes baņķiera sievai, Diotīmai vēlīnajos tekstos, kurai daudz rakstīja, līdz zaudēja prātu, un galdnieks Cimers, izglītots vīrs, atvēlēja viņam istabu tornī ar skatu uz upi un pļavām. Vairs ne miņas no brūni iedegušas miesas, tikai tēlu aptumsums.
Hello, good people of Prague Micro Festival. I'm really sorry that this craziness prevented us from meeting in person. And in hope that we will soon share hugs offline, I'm sending you lots of love from Belgrade. And I will read to you a couple of my stories. Kakasana. Vidi, raste ti kljun, rekao je i lupio me olovkom po nosu. Tokom velikog odmora povremeno bi poviknuo kljun, kratko i odsečno. Kljun, odjekivalo je hodnicima škole. U ogledalu je izgledao sasvim u redu. Gurnula sam oba kažiprsta u nozdrave. Pretražila sam duge i skliske mračne hodnike. Našla sam neke sline u drugoj trećini leve rupe. Izvukla sam prste. Začulo se tiho plop, kao kad se izlači pampur iz flaše. Okrenula sam glavu levo, desno. Pomno osmotrila nos iz profila. Šiljio se i upirao k napred poput koplja. Kvrcnula sam ga nekoliko puta prstima. Definitivno je bio tvrđi, čvršći nego ranije. Na vrhu, umesto bubuljica, svrbele su ljuspice. Kao peti umnjak izbio je u punom sjaju tek kad sam napunila 30. Iskrivljen i pokvaren. Odem na pregled, zakažu operaciju. 3 doktora iznad moje glave opipavaju rožnatu izraslinu. Jedan od njih drži klešta, drugi turpiju. Treći opipava koren, pa pokljunicu. Iz anestezije me je probudila rasprava na latinskom. Svađali su se. Rukama pokazivali ka mom Everestu. Duboko sam udahnula i namirisala razočaranje. Ništa nisu mogli da učine. Želeli su da ga odstrane, a uspeli samo malo da ga doteraju. Od tada je poprimao mnoge oblike. Ukazivao se kao čiviluk, drška kišobrana, sve vrste paprika osim ljutih, slonovska ili mamutska kljova, surla. Jednom je bio veslo damskog čamca na jezeru, a potom i ajkulino peraje. Konačno sam od svih njegovih emanacija prihvatila veličanstveni kljun i savršenu prednost koju mi pruža. Objašnjavam učenicama na času joge. Počinjem iz širokog skleka. Dlanovi su čvrsto na zemlji. Lagano podlačim kolena dok ne dodirnu tricepse. Podižem se i prebacujem celu svoju težinu na gornji deo tela. Vrh mog nosa pritiska oznojenu strunjaču. Balans je postignut. Sad smo sve u pozi vrane. And now the second one. Ciciba. Sigurno sanjam. Zašto? Zato što se lik ispred mene nekontrolisano klati i uzvikuje ami, 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 ami. Do malo pre sam gledao kako njive proleću kraj voza i horizont postaje sve brža i tanja linija umrljana bojom zemlje, iscepana šiljcima krovova. Zavrtelo mi se u glavi. Verovatno sam zaspao. Kad sam otvorio oči, sa mnom je bio još neko. Taj su vonjavi, matori čova, iskolačenih očiju, glasno se smeje, šara po umrljanom staklu, a iz usta natopljenih pljuvačkom izleću nejasne reči. Ami, ami, cvoki dok, dum jok, zvuči kao pitanje. Dum jok, pljesne me rukom po kolenu. Budan sam. Jok, jok, odmahujem. Ispod kolena nemam ništa. Dum, dum, jok. izgleda kao da mu je žao. Naglo ćuti. Zazvonio mi je telefon. Iz slušalice, kao kroz uski i visoki hodnik tamnih zidova, protrčava Marijin smeh. Jako sam navarena i kod frizera sam. Svi ovi fenovi me zaglušuju. Tripujem da sam sama u avionu. Malo se plašim. Ali nisi sama. Nisam. Ima žena. Neke sede pod haubama. Vanzemaljci oko mog aviona. Ja putujem s ludakom. Misliš na sebe, jeli? Ne. Mislim na poremećenog baju preko puta mene koji ponavlja ami, ami. Ami, ami! Uzviknu benavi istog trenutka i potvrdno zaklimata glavom. Možda će i njega neko da pozove, kaže ozbiljno. Ne verujem. Odnekud se začuje zveket lanaca. Jebote, 100% je san. Opet isti zveket. Moj saputnik poseže k džepu dronjavih pantalona i izvlači mobilnu krntiju. Da ne veruješ, telefon mu zvoni kao robija. Lažeš, sranje. Ova vutra je tako dobra da vidim budućnost. On dotiče zelenu slušalicu i otpevuši. Zvon ciciban. Marija, moram ovo da čujem. Zvaću te posle. Hej, ne seri da ćeš sad da prekineš. Zalupio sam vrata hodnika. Zvon ciciban, izgovara ponovo. Jasno čujem nepoznati ženski glas na spikerfonu. Zvon ciciban, smetljivac. Čuknuti pokazuje prstom u mom pravcu, pa od mog kolena k dole, verovatno objašnjavajući kako tu, eto, nema više ničeg. U očima mu se ogleda žaljenje, ali i neka blaga fascinacija. Dum jok, dum jok. Jok jebote, jok, nema ničeg, zaurlao sam. Pokušao sam da skočim, zaboravivši da nemam obe noge, zateturao se i survao nazad. Crven i zadihan. On smireno govori nekoj svojoj Mariji. Atkar pegi dem ciciban. Prekida vezu. Jebeno ciciban izgleda znači zdravo na jeziku ludaka. Moram to da joj kažem kad je budem pozvao. Zvon ciciban, naduvana proročice. Zašto nisi krenula sa mnom? Već si pustila invalida da se vozi sam, noću, bez džidže, bez alkohola. Novopečeni straight bogalj s ćaknutom spodobom u kupeu. Sad se odjednom saginje i gleda. Pažljivo posmatra prazninu ispod mog kolena. Jok. Pruža ruke, hvata se za patraljak. I ja mu jebeno, ko zna zbog čega, sve dozvoljavam. Duboko utonuo u prljavo sedište voza, kao da gledam klip na YouTube. Opičeni mi pipa osakaćenost i govori. Jok. Jok. Prstima prolazi kroz vazduh i ocrtava oblike lista na nozi. Mišićavog lista. Fudbalerskog ili trkačkog. Mišić je tvrd, zategnut. Prekrivaju ga dlake, muške dlake, ponegde proređene od nošenja belih sportskih čarapa. Spušta se niže. Tetive, ligamenti. Odličan članak. Izdržava svu moju težinu. Pokretljiv, gibak. I onda stopalo. Ono pravo. Oslonac za primer. Široko, dugo, stabilno, spremno za trk. 5 prstiju poigrava u veselju, kad ih konačno nežno zagolica. Tu se zaustavi. Pretura po džepovima. Vadi starudiju od sata na lancu, poput zeca iza lise. Vrti glavom levo-desno, Mrmlja kao da kasni. Naglo ustaje. Čak i liči na nekog oronulog glodara, tako sed i klempavih ušiju. Ami, ami, kaže i pruža mi džoint. Na prvom poslovnom putu za Vroclav. Umirem u avionu. Listam novine. Lice beskućnice na naslovnoj strani. Obesila se na trgu Rinek. Malo pre svitanja, njena stopala zaljuljala su se iznad pločnika. Mrtva, u dobro skrojenoj haljini, sedim u neudobnoj stolici. Brojim udahe i izdahe. Krišom izuvam cipele. Mehurići poigravaju u plastičnim flašama. Naspram mene red čvrsto prekrštenih ruku. U smrti sam nepobediva. Predajem se histeričnom samopouzdanju. Dok na sastanku iznosim detalje, savršene ponude i idealnog rešenja, pitam se koje je drvo izabrala. Sestra i ja smo se igrale pod žalosnom vrbom, čije su se grane naginjale do zemlje, tanke kao šibe. Njima bismo obmotale plastične vratove barbika, da bi noću plesale sa vetrom. Na izlazu iz sale se čvrsto rukujem. Osmeh je prikucan za obraze, tačno ispod jagodica. Ispred hotela u Vroclavu dajem cigaretu mladoj prosjakinji. Ona pravi špagu stojeći. Nogu naslanja na zlatni stub hotelske terase. Nasmejana i uporna, na vrhovima prašnjavih prstiju, objašnjava kako u mraku vežba levitaciju, jahanje konja na opačke i gutanje vatre. Ako imam šibice, pokazat će mi kako moj plamen brzo utihne na njenom vlažnom jeziku. That's it. Hope you like it. Bye.
Okay, who is with us? Let's see, maybe Armand.
Yeah, we are here.
I'm here.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. So welcome everyone. Thanks for tuning in to the Prague Micro Festival 2020 Critical Roundtable May Day. We have some wonderful participants and contributors here with us today, whom I will introduce very briefly, very shortly. First, I would like to very much thank everybody who has been involved with the project, because Prague Micro Festival was supposed to take place in the spring, and unfortunately it got postponed now. We're very happy that the new website is up, and for anybody interested, it's praguemicrofestival.com. And there you can also find the full abstract for this talk. Now, without further ado, I'd very much like to welcome in alphabetical order our participants. We have Dr. Louis Armand, who is a Prague writer, theorist, and visual artist active at Charles University Center for Critical Cultural Theory. We have Dustin Breitling with us, who is one of the founders of the Fractions Collective. We have Mark Horvat, a philosopher and researcher living in Budapest. Him, along with Adam Lovas, who is an Australian-born philosopher based in Hungary, are founders and co-editors of Absentology, a Facebook page dedicated to philosophy and weird science. We have Bognia Konyor, who is currently research fellow at NYU Shanghai at the Interactive Media Arts Department and at the AI and Culture Research Center. And we have Robin Mackay, who is director of the UK publisher Urbanomic and editor of its journal Collapse. Today's panel will focus on a type of cultural malaise, a type of pathology which we have been encountering these past months, and perhaps the currently unfolding COVID pandemic will serve as a type of background for, I think, most of what we will be talking about here today, but it will not be exclusively limited to that. Now, as a sort of point of introduction, I'll very quickly read a part of the abstract and for this talk, which has been sort of going off of each one of us here, and we will delve right into some of the finer points right after. So the ongoing health crisis, like a mirror held up to the Anthropocene, has not only put the architectures of social power under strain, it has suspended the very idea of the last instance, the very logic of appeal, and the romance of the social contract. Political theater has become a theater of the plague. Inertia, perversity, irrationalism, grotesque displays of hope, and apocalyptic abandon, all laid side by side on the same metaphorical pyre. A controlled hysteria has given way to the hysteria of control. You can find the full abstract with all the author bios and the participant bios again on the website. Now, I would like to pick up on this last phrase, that a type of controlled hysteria has given way to the hysteria of control. We talked very briefly with Robin Mackay before the panel, and it seems that Robin, if I understood you correctly, you sort of take issue with this notion of hysteria as it is presented there, and we sort of mention a type of lethargy rather than hysteria sort of setting in. I'm wondering, and I know that during the Plague Pod podcasts, which have been going on for a few months, a while back, you sort of definitely broached very similar topics. I'm wondering, this lethargy sort of came up time and time again. Could you maybe elaborate on it, what you exactly mean, and where do you take issue with this notion of hysteria?
Yeah, I think my uppermost feeling about this is to wonder why we're forcing ourselves to do it. Like, why are we trying so hard to have something to say? And that's where we got to with the podcast, is after hours and hours of trying to draw some kind of theoretical significance or some kind of philosophical position out of it, eventually everyone just got bored. There's certainly a regional aspect to this. You know, it depends where you are in the world, what kind of experience you're having. And that's something that's interesting about the temporality of COVID. that we're all on the same timeline in some sense, but we're at different places. But certainly from my point of view, I don't see hysteria, and I'm not sure, you know, whose hysteria is it? Is it supposed to be the hysteria of authority in trying to control the population? Is it the hysteria of those who don't know what's going on and are living through something that's this kind of pure contingency where no one knows what's going to be happening next week, next month? Or is it is the hysteria produced by a kind of pressure on a certain configuration of theory? And that's how I feel that where the hysteria is coming from is that it's coming from this pressure to be able to say something, to be able to produce some kind of theoretical material out of what's happening to us. And it's coming from the fact that we're going through a collective problem that calls for the collective imposition of social constraints. And there's a certain kind of political theoretical position that's finding it very hard to align itself with that. And it's getting kind of forced back on the need for control at the individual level and a kind of naive liberalism or a naive notion of freedom, which is to do with, you know, just being allowed to do whatever I want. And, you know, anything that the government imposes upon us is seen as an infringement of freedom. So I think, yeah, there's kind of theoretical positions which seemed easy and which were developed during a period of relative political and economic ease, and now getting pushed into a very difficult position by having to face a situation where we actually need collective social action to deal with a totally contingent problem. So yeah, whose hysteria is it, is the first question, I suppose.
One thing which, does anybody want to respond perhaps? One thing which you mentioned, Robin, is this sort of temporality of how the pandemic is unfolding in the world. I think here this accelerationist connection with the notion of technology and the way technology actually engenders our temporality really kind of comes to its fore, because now we see type of technical apparatus of the state, of various different states, to sort of stray from type of conspiratorial, you know, fetishization of the state apparatus. We see each region and each state or governing entity kind of dealing with its own problems differently through technological means. If I can ask, Bogna is joining us from Shanghai, and I'm wondering, what is the situation there now in Shanghai?
Yeah, it seems to me that we are on very different, not only technological, but psychological registers here. For me, even being here, thinking about COVID again is kind of a flashback. Shanghai has not had an outbreak for months. It's kind of astounding to me that people don't talk about how East Asia is in a post-COVID situation, really. Whatever kind of outbreak is happening now is very minor. So there hasn't really been a parallel outpouring of academic and artistic interest in COVID as we see in the Western world and the Western art scene, where there's kind of a panicked rush to make it into a culturally relevant event, versus here, there has been a rush to just handle the event on the level of governmentality and management. So it seems the psychological affect, not only temporality, is completely disjointed. Yeah, being here on this panel is not at all corresponding to my experience of going through this pandemic in Hong Kong and Shanghai, where it feels very much a past thing.
That's very interesting. Of course, here in the Czech Republic, we are sort of on the cusp of what's being called a second wave, and the numbers are sort of tapering off. So hopefully we have better days ahead. But absolutely, it has been, you know, in the forefront of a type of national consciousness, I guess, all over Europe. I'm wondering, maybe Louis Armand, you are leading right now a course on COVIDology. And I'm wondering, could you maybe talk about this kind of decoupling or this distinction between a cultural aspect to what we're seeing and a perhaps more, business as usual, classic, classic biopolitical sort of approach in terms of how the state interprets such a situation? Louis, your mic is turned off at the moment. We do not hear you.
All right, yeah. Can you hear me now? Just coming back to the question you posed to Robin, I mean, I think the issue of hysteria perhaps comes back to the idea of a reification of certain kind of ideological viruses, if you like, and being mapped onto the status of the so-called objective reality of COVID. And just as we tend to be preoccupied with these responses to government, as you say, interpretations or corporate state interpretations of the situation, rather than a concrete, the logistical or otherwise sort of concrete situation of a viral pandemic. So this is something that's rather interesting and has fed back into this kind of replay loop of a kind of intellectual industry and a cultural industry that has been involved in this response that has occasioned sort of instant theoretical positions that have been restatements of positions that have been evolved over a period of time already by those who are sort of perceive themselves as the voices of the coming apocalypse, particularly people like Zizek, perhaps. And what interests me with this phenomenon is the tendency of some prominent figures to propose a entire kind of apparatus, either a utopian or dystopian apparatus, a new communism in Zizek's case, a kind of a new humanism in Agarman's case, a whole kind of world consciousness in the case of people like Latour and whatnot, as a kind of almost a precondition or a prerequisite for addressing the specter of COVID. And this is quite fascinating. It's almost as if there's a sort of theoretical attempt to reconstruct a whole state apparatus as the prerequisite for a critique of the virus as itself, an automatic critique of the state. All right? This I find very interesting.
In that respect, isn't it that this idea of trying to make it culturally relevant, what's happening is that it's just it's a convenient event that can be used to fill a space. It's a kind of placeholder that can be put into a structural position that was there kind of waiting for it, for these thinkers. You need some kind of demon in order to get your theoretical machine working.
If I can add something.
Well, I mean,
sorry, just wanted to follow up on what Robin said here. I think maybe if you want to look for cultural relevance, it wouldn't be really in the actions that people are consciously taking to reframe this theoretically, but what is becoming visible in the panicked responses that we are seeing. For example, over the last few months, the way that we see a kind of convergence of technophobia and kind of China phobia almost perfectly aligning, it's quite curious. I've read numerous articles of people associating, the European COVID response with warm humanity and, being together, of course, with Agamben leading this kind of discourse, and at the same time portraying the controlling, robotic, futuristic China as kind of radically inhuman. So this kind of convergence of the fear of Asia and the fear of technology and the fear of governmentality that is emerging would be something to study more so than the hot takes that the academic and art industry is trying to produce.
Isn't there a kind of backwards logic at work there where, the reason why the European states and the US have failed so miserably to deal with this problem can't simply be because they're incompetent or they're a part of a kind of decaying political structure. It must be because, you know, there's something evil and inhuman about China. Like there's something about the efficiency in dealing with a problem like this that has to be seen as problematic. Otherwise, we'd have to like look at our own social and political structure and see what's failing in it.
This is most certainly a very interesting sort of angle in terms of the criticality. I know recently in a book entitled "Perhaps It Is High Time for an Architecture, for a Xeno-Architecture to Match," there Benjamin Bratton speaks about criticality with the capital C versus criticality with a lowercase c. And I think at the same time, it's very important perhaps to productively critique the apparatuses as they are set up now. Now, this goes back to sort of an early discussion of how did Western Europe deal with the COVID crisis versus, let's say, Eastern Europe or Czech Republic, particularly because of the national health system as it is set up, and of course the U.S. posing a sort of like, you know, alternate case study in that. It seems that there is an element of productive criticality in the way how we see the fissures which COVID has kind of opened in our governmental systems. Would anybody sort of agree with me there? That there's no need to, in a way, you know, posit this, you know, fundamental critique with a capital C, which we perhaps see with Agamben and his call of like a permanent state of exception, but rather that we would focus quite politically and quite sort of engaged manner with particularities of the systems as they are set up and how they deal with the strain and the stress which COVID has undoubtedly.
I think, and I think I can speak in Adam's name also in this question, that in the last couple of months we are dealing with how a kind of post-human-centered way of ontology can be described about the COVID-19 crisis. So we are always try to theorize not just the presences but the absences, so the unknowns and the strange factors about this disease. So we try to focus more or transgress the kind of critique of biopower. We wrote an article about it, criticizing also Zizek and Agamben's response, and we went back to Foucault's lecture about biopolitics and biopower and how a kind of opening up towards the inorganic horizon of death can mean something like an escape from this kind of also lethargy and melancholy of our current situation, but also find new ways to concentrate in a theoretical level onto COVID and post-human aspects.
Yeah, because I think the fundamental irony of our current situation is that basically a non-human entity has done more for social change than human agents. Basically, like the COVID, the introduction of the virus into the human immune system, which we call it, this has resulted in far more fundamental changes, I think, in a far shorter period of time. Like it's basically resulted in kind of a paradoxical social acceleration. Even though we've had lockdowns and an economic crash, it still resulted in fundamental changes in the way society operates. And I think from a post-humanist perspective, we can see this change in political agency, I think.
Do you think that the effects have been... Do you think that any of the effects have moved contrary to the tendencies that were in place before COVID appeared? Because for me, I see it as, yes, I agree with what you're saying, but I think mostly it's accelerated trends that were there already.
Yeah, it's had like in many respects, like if we look at the digitalization of the economy, for example, it's like
the university system and also the education,
these were basically present before, but I think like this has done more shift the entire focus of what these social processes are doing, even though it's not taken us beyond capitalism, but it has still sort of a liquefied society in many respects.
And I think in a bit it opens up new perspectives. For example, I'm now working on in a Hungarian book about the Anthropocene. It will be the first Hungarian book about this whole kind of theory. And Hamilton uses a term that Anthropocene itself is a kind of a meta-crisis that consists of many local collapses and breakdowns. And I would consider COVID-19 as not as a part, so not as a meta-narrative, but as a kind of localized breakdown of the system. And I think where post-humanist philosophy or philosophy and speculative philosophy in general comes into play is kind of connect this kind of local breakdown with the meta crisis. And it's also a big question how we could name this kind of meta crisis, whether Anthropocene or Capitalocene, or we should point out many different aspects. And I think COVID-19,
many different things.
Yeah. So I would use COVID-19 as a local, and so it's kind of a breakdown that points towards a more structural and systematic problem, which is like the collapse of the functioning of the Earth system itself. So, and this clearly shows how environmental damage accelerated the spread of diseases and viruses, for example.
If I may,
yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, so of course, I think there's also a quite salient idea in the sense that disease itself is a purveyor, is what, designs and redesigns us, especially along the lines of infrastructure, especially along the lines of logistics. I mean, of course, if we look at England, modern day England being kind of London, also structured around something like cholera. And then even extending, if you look at Shanghai, I mean, I think, Bogna, you can obviously testify to that when you're, probably witnessing this kind of contact type of servicing and automation that has really sprung up as well. And I think there's actually quite another kind of interesting aspect to it, particularly if you look right now, how infrastructure / logistics is going to have to change and conform accordingly to, let's say, even what vaccine is going to be rolled out. So I don't know if people, I'm sure more or less you're acquainted with the Moderna vaccine and how this is a vaccine. It's a messenger RNA type of vaccine. So this vaccine is quite, this messenger RNA is quite important because, as opposed to looking at how other types of vaccines, they have to produce the viral proteins or grow the viruses. Rather here, it's what they're doing is they're just getting these kind of naked strands of like messenger RNA cells, and they have to encase these messenger RNA cells into these like lipid nanoparticles. And the problem being there is the messenger RNA is inherently an unstable molecule. It's very sensitive to heat. So there's the huge issue is, how are they going to be able to, especially in the United States, ship all these kind of frozen like refrigerators and try to maintain, for example, the kind of vaccines between, close to 100 degrees Celsius temperatures in this case. And, just by virtue of this, you're going to have these, this whole economy even spring up where it's just going to be about dry ice, thermal shippers, and then, the dry ice has to be replenished within 24 hours and every 5 days and so forth. And by virtue of this is also going to, constrain how much there can be a distribution as well of the COVID, of the vaccine out there, because you can, apparently, I think you can only do about 1,000 doses per shipping in that case. So I think, that does tie in absolutely how logistics and infrastructure, of course, also, from kind of the cyborg angle, how vaccines and or viruses have been quite instrumental in reconfiguring our cities in that case.
Mark and Adam mentioned, I'm sorry, Adam, Mark, would you like to respond?
So that in this context, COVID is a kind of a technological complexifying agent in this way, and it's kind of how our postmodern or post-human societies works in its natural goings. Kind of, it's just an accelerated or more, I would say, quicker kind of reaction towards this kind of problem. But so this kind of technological accelerated aspect is also present everywhere, I think. Yeah.
This is an interesting point, isn't it? That capitalism doesn't have an inherent problem with COVID. The question is, like, how, at what point can capitalism absorb it and produce some kind of value out of the process? Like when we're talking about the end of COVID, that's a kind of a different point of view from economically what it might be.
But also, what is not a technological accelerator at this point? It's hard to find an element that's not a technological accelerator. If the system itself is accelerating, anything that's within the system is also accelerating at different velocities. Right? I think it would be much more interesting to point out whether there is a decelerator in any shape or form within the current system, rather than saying that something is accelerating. Because it's all.
But COVID is an economic decelerator, surely. I mean, it's a drastic break on the economies in which it's still prevalent. And that presumably China is now drawing a massive advantage from coming out of the other side and being able to reconstruct itself economically.
I mean, it's a decelerator for certain areas of industry and certain centers of capital, and perhaps it's an accelerator in other areas. I mean, I would probably respond to what you were saying, that COVID is not sort of inherently something that was problematic for capitalism. I mean, to the extent that whatever capitalism is, or however it's manifest in various places at times, that there's an attempt at ideological capture to define COVID in certain advantageous terms, but as I said, COVID as a competitor. I mean, everything that COVID does is what capitalism would like to be doing in certain respects, and it's
how's that? What would it
as itself, and its whole orientation is proliferation and acceleration and consumption of resources and circulation. So this is an economic model that's, in a sense, a semantic model that's identical to that of capitalism, and it's a question of crowding capitalism out of certain areas. So then the question is, how can it in turn be commodified so that these actions upon the economy can be themselves turned into resources to be exploited, and whether that can work.
I guess a sort of interesting angle on this was opened with the mention of acceleration, accelerationism as it has been talked about now. I think with accelerationism, there is, of course, a reading into it which might be fundamentally teleological, and would be sort of a type of alien temporality in a classical, let's say, sense of Nick Land. I think perhaps what we're encountering now, and again, Robin, you and I sort of broached the topic just before the panel, is that what's accelerating is actually a type of, in a way, domestic processes and processes of health, care, of course, family and kinship as well. I think this is a fundamental aspect, this quarantine, and to use Helen Hester's term, domestic realism, that there's a type of like new normal, which has been setting it in the domestic sphere. I'm wondering whether we could maybe take the discussion sort of in this direction, in exactly how this COVID crisis is being experienced on the level of, let's say, a personal habitus, in terms of domestic violence, addiction, etc. All these sort of very malign accelerations which we have been seeing nowadays. Because please, Robin.
there's been a kind of autarkization of a generalized autarkization, right? It's that we're all more or less like at home, ordering pizza to be delivered, doing everything through our screens, etc. So it certainly accelerated that. But I think at certain points, there's also been in the UK at any rate, there's also this kind of ambient fear on the part of the government that people will learn not to work. People will learn that they can not go to work. People are also learning, of course, that they don't have to go out of the house and commute for 2 hours a day, and they won't want to be going back to that. But yeah, there's been this kind of get back to work, be productive again. And at certain points, certainly at the beginning, I felt like there was this kind of opening for some other kind of life, maybe. I think a lot of people had this right at the beginning, like this gives us some kind of space. Because it is kind of, at the beginning, it felt actually apocalyptic just for a few weeks. It felt like something really singular was happening. But I think the state and people's social instincts themselves have done a very good job of closing down that possibility.
Robin, I think this is a very important point you're touching on here. And because, there's this constant talk in the summer about reopening economies and it took various forms in various places. And it was always about keeping the economies alive. And very little discussion about this, you might say, psychosocial element, that it was precisely the apocalyptic character of the so-called first wave lockdowns that could have itself given rise to some radical social dislocations had it been permitted to continue without being ameliorated.
Right. Yeah. So in fact, what seems like incompetence in the sense that the UK government, for instance, was at a certain point paying people to go out to restaurants, basically, like giving meals half price to everyone who wanted to go out. And now we're in this second wave where we're considering going into full lockdown again. That seems like incompetence, but in fact, there's a kind of strategy there of not letting things drift out too far from normality, even if it means risking people's lives. I think that's actually the case. It's the fear is really to do with allowing things to become too bizarre and too kind of dislocated from social norms. I think there's something like that in play, definitely. But I mean, for me, I grew up during the era of kind of the tail end of the Cold War, and my parents were like anti-nuclear protesters. So I was always like really attuned to this idea of the apocalypse. And as a child, I was always really super excited about it. Like I thought it would be great when it's announced that the nuclear bomb's coming and you can go and do whatever you want. Like the streets are empty, or like you can go and steal guns and shoot the school windows out. And, all this stuff was kind of there's this kind of excitement about the apocalyptic scenario. And I kind of got a bit of that at the beginning as well. Like, obviously we start the podcast. I kind of started off thinking that we have to be serious and get people talking about this seriously. But in fact, it was a kind of also, people weren't that reticent to admit that there's the kind of holiday vibe to it as well. And, people were being kind of let off their social obligations in a certain way. So, yeah, I think there was something very liberating which was quickly shut down.
Bognia, could you maybe respond to sort of this, slightly European take on things, the second wave being what it is here now? Could you maybe offer a commentary?
Yeah, I mean, I'm European, and so I kind of feel very dislocated observing Europe here from China. But as a counter narrative to this, not letting things drift too far away, I would say observing my native Polish government, I would say there's quite a different tendency where we see the government encouraging people currently to go out to the streets to defend the churches from perceived attacks of their own, by their own community. Right? So maybe there is some kind of counter vector of absolute insanity that actually will come from the post-USSR, and we just don't see it yet. But I haven't had the time yet to conceptualize fully, what is happening right now in Eastern Europe from the perspective of China and Hong Kong. I guess it's interesting to realize that in East Asia, the lockdown scenarios have been handled very differently. In China, it has been engineered from the top. In Hong Kong, it's been a very grassroots kind of response where the people perceived the government was not harsh enough. So we were all arranging our own masks and kind of forcing each other to stay home and so on. But given the differences in response, we still have to say both of those scenarios succeeded. So I'm very curious as to why, with the variety of scenarios in East Asia, from Japan to Korea to Taiwan, that were actually technologically and socially different responses, in all those places, the situation has been handled. And with the variety of responses in Eastern Europe and Western Europe, it hasn't been. And this is still a riddle for me. So if anyone wants to clarify that for me, I would be very curious.
Well, it's a tough question, of course. Could maybe Adam and Mark chip in on how the Orbán government has been doing?
I think the reaction for the first wave of the COVID crisis in Hungary kind of was interpreted as a kind of a success story for our nationalistic, right-wing, populist government. But now in the second wave, it's totally different. So the numbers are going higher and higher, and people are more, I think, apocalyptic right now. So the feelings are certainly changed. I think around the end of August or somewhere between the end of August and early September, because clearly the early summer and there was really few cases in Hungary. But now I think the scene and also how people are affected by it's clearly changed in the last couple of months, I guess. So.
I think one of the key takeaways, political takeaways from this whole situation is the kind of, I guess, not impossibility, but implausibility of maintaining an ecologically closed human system. So I think we need to get sort of acclimatized to this, as like they always say, there's going to be newer and newer viruses. So this is not the last one. Many scientists are saying that with the global climate change, there's going to be new waves of different kinds of infections. And I think sort of politics has to sort of become more realistic about this approach to excluding viruses from the political community. So I don't think this is really sustainable. But viruses have always been, I guess, a part of our evolution. I think what's fascinating in the kind of herd immunity approach, even though it's very controversial, but it's sort of a more, I guess we're being sort of devil's advocates here, because it's sort of, we think that there's a more realistic approach to this whole virus issue. We believe that you can't really exclude the outside world forever from the human system, I guess.
Yeah, but right now in Hungary, we are getting closer and closer to total lockdown, I guess. So we have to wear masks in restaurants. So restaurants are now closing everywhere in Budapest. So we are getting closer to a total lockdown and kind of this chaotic situation.
There's this idea that we have to get used to or expect that this kind of thing is going to happen again, that comes up against the kind of political paranoia and hysteria, right? Because it essentially means that you need to have a constant management of population. So this is where this whole question of, this creeping of the totalitarian state comes in, and people, having these apps on their phones where their location is constantly tracked and so on. These kind of things which are making people in the West extremely uncomfortable, I think. But there's also a sense in which you can't really plan for it. I mean, before this happened, you could certainly have built some kind of probabilistic model, but it wouldn't have been any use. And after it's happened, the probability is 1, and we just have to deal with it. And every stage of dealing with it, the problem's changing. So it doesn't help you at all. So I don't know, what kind of management of this risk do you think is possible, after the immediate crisis?
Well, there's been a proposal on the table that's basically, I guess they've done a few test studies. I think some university in Australia where they are proposing vaccinating nature. So basically what they would do is they would wipe up a paste of vaccine. Right. They would collect them from bats and then
just the whole world.
Yeah. So that would be a measure that was proposed. And I think, another, as was pointed out before, of course, with all the kind of methane that's emitting and looking at Siberia and the whole Siberian tundra, there's also been a couple of those cases, I think back in 2016, I think right near the Yamal Peninsula, where there's a young boy that got infected by anthrax in that case. So there is this kind of inherent danger that, yes, all these viruses, especially up north, thousands to millions of years old, we don't have the immune system built in for that. So, how do you factor that in as an existential risk as well, I think is something that's also going to be gaining more momentum and gaining more traction in the coming years too.
There you go, the future horizon of dinosaur viruses.
Yeah, or how risk management can deal with Lovecraft.
Yeah. Because there's been a bit of talk, and Dustin was talking about the logistics of dealing with vaccines and so on, and Adam and Mark talked about herd immunity, which are all kind of thought experiments in some sense. Clearly there's practical questions attached to them. Thought experiments in the sense that they're projective, and on the basis of them, so many assumptions have been made in regards to the management, quote unquote, of the various responses. And the great big elephant in that room is reinfections, and to what extent any concrete expectations can be laid down in terms of how this virus is going to evolve, and how effective any kind of response, or whether or not it can be delivered, is even going to work. And so that kind of future horizon of constant vulnerability, this is also a very interesting problem, and how to factor that in. It's a little bit like the stimulus issue. Within no time at all, governments, the European Union, were delivering vast amounts of cash into the economy in some kind of expectation that this would produce a kind of automatic solution, or that they would tide over until a vaccine or whatever came along, and then this was repeated and repeated. So we have this kind of repetition compulsion creeping in, of a kind of an attempt to reconstruct, as Rowan was saying, normality, to avoid a different mode of crisis creeping in, one that isn't advantageous to the system. And then you've got this whole, okay, is it going to be can it be capitalized upon? Can reinfection be capitalized upon? Is this going to be the future of a kind of pharmacological management regime beyond just the notion of the state, simply by virtue of the genetics of the whole thing?
I'm waiting for tips. I've already written down invest in dry ice.
If I can bring something, I want to ask Adam a question. If you could follow up on something that you said, where you said that we have to be more kind of open to letting the inhuman element into the systems. Can you explain what you mean here? Do you mean open yourself up to bodily invasion by the virus, or in what way? How radical are you with the statement, basically?
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess on the level of like governmentality, governments have to sort of, I think, accept the idea that we can't exclude viruses forever from humans, so that there's always going to be newer and newer influxes of viruses, and we can slow it down, but we can't stop it. Like, I think it's inevitable. It's an inevitable reality of living on this planet, and I think it's we have to like think in terms of a more ecologically open system of society, I guess. Like, we can't maintain this. We can't like live in plastic bubbles like all of our lives. Like, you had that. You have like examples where like someone doesn't have an immune system and they have to live in like a plastic bubble all the time. And I think if we have to sort of pierce this bubble, I guess, in a way. Like, we have to think of new types of governmentality which don't maintain this kind of closedness at all costs, because this isn't going to work in the long term. I'm really skeptical as to this.
But I think in our paper it was more like a theoretical or speculative aspect. So it's a kind of how we can theorize with contemporary thinkers death as a kind of positive aspect and a positive future before us that is kind of an escape from the ongoing and getting stronger of the biopower everywhere in Europe. So we looked at, for example, negative queer theory and, for example, the ethics of extinction from Claire Colebrook. So in our paper, there are several thought experiments how we can kind of getting used to the finality and of human life, and how death can be looked upon not as an ending and as a closing down, but as something like an opening up for a new kind of new horizon. So I think the ending of our paper is quite radical, but there are like 5 or 6 different approaches towards that in our paper that we.
Well, I mean, so I just to just sort of like in brief to sort of explain what we're taking at is that basically the more governments try to defend life, I think the more they have to restrict life. I think there's this basic paradox at work in biopower, and we somehow have to think outside of this. I think like we can't continue closing ourselves from the environment forever. Like there's going to be a point of no return, I think.
But this is.
Can I just quickly ask you, Adam, when you talk about restrictions? Because this is not an objective kind of horizon, and these have changed historically and culturally. So which restrictions are too many for a government or a state or whatever to require of a population, and which aren't?
Yeah, I mean, these are I think it's like on a case-by-case basis. You have to always look at, so I think there's sort of like very ridiculous kinds of things where people don't want to wear a mask or something. Like, I think that's very, very mild kinds of things. But I think like on the whole, it's something which can't be maintained for very long. Like we had in Melbourne the 111 days lockdown in Australia, for example. But that's like a very extreme case, and it really demands like a very rule-following, obedient population. And you don't have that in all kinds of societies. Like there's cultural differences, I think. Yeah. And it's not really sustainable, I think. Like you can't ask 6 billion people to like not go outside or something. It's not very realistic.
And I think it's also a question how other sides and other aspects of everyday life is managed under this kind of biopower, and how, for example, strange and dangerous or bad rules are. So it's a question of how other side of life can be managed under this kind of lockdown. So
yeah, and you get this kind of paranoia. Like people start to think like, oh, I don't know, like so like you have this paranoia on the part of power and also on the part of the political subjects as well. Like you have this mutually enforcing paranoia, and it leads to like bad political results on the long term. Yeah, in many respects.
Yes.
It does seem interesting. Oh, please, Bonia.
Just want to add here that maybe we should consider that there's different philosophies of governmentality and the use of technologies by government in relation to how we conceptualize the individual or like the self or the subject. So I talked to Robin about this just 2 days ago, but there's this anthropologist, Shuang Frost. She writes about the difference between Western and Chinese philosophies of technology. And she says in the Western concept of ethics of technology, technology is perceived as good when it contributes to individual liberation, individual right, and the protection of the subject and the individual. Versus from Confucian philosophy, there's no real counterpoint to this ethics thing. We can talk instead about morality of technology, which is much more aspirational and is about collective engineering towards an aspirational form of society. So I don't know, can we say that it wouldn't work to keep 7 million people indoors when that's exactly what Hong Kong has done for almost a month in the beginning of lockdown? And it has worked. So it's not really a speculative scenario for me. It is doable. The question is, why is it doable in some places and not others? I think it would be a stretch to say, oh, because it's Confucian and there's a different philosophy of technology. But maybe, I don't know, it is some kind of a hint to explore.
I think perhaps a sort of metaphor which we can move into here is the type of zoning, and I'd be very interested in perhaps exactly what you mentioned, Bogna, with a type of zoning of, let's say, Hong Kong, metropolitan area of 7 million people. Same, I think this ties with Adam's point about this ecology and this openness, which needs to be retained. I think it's interesting just how the discussion in Europe has, or rather just how Eastern Europe has in a way closed itself off into their individual, closed their national borders at the beginning of the first wave very quickly, which had a fundamentally positive aspect. Again, there's quite an effective element to this, kind of drop-down pop-up zone, which can be activated and deactivated at given times. And I'm wondering whether this might be a sort of part of a sort of new politics or a new normal, which we might be seeing appearing. I assume that perhaps in other places, various places, this might be more, natural, or rather that the infrastructure is already built up. We of course know about the social credit system, which is a type of zoning, I would say, sort of focalized on the individual. But this sort of aspect of the zone as such, as a type of concept, I think holds there as well. And I'm wondering whether anybody might have anything to say about that.
Well, it's interesting to talk about Asia and Europe in these kind of abstractions as well. But, I mean, in the Pacific Islands had really no choice. They simply didn't have the logistical means to allow a pandemic to enter in, and you have most of the Pacific Islands still officially COVID-free. I think that's a question that needs to be asked too, because it seems it's a real question of privilege, isn't it? When you're talking about whether or not a population has the stamina to stay inside for a little while before they start to become hysterical about it, or whether it's a cultural thing or whatnot, or whether it simply isn't any available set of alternative choices. It's how the question's posed as well, and we've seen in even overdeveloped countries a complete inability really to manage once things got out of their rhetorical control. As in the Czech Republic, what we're seeing today, they seem to imagine that they could persuade the virus to behave itself. Once they gave up closing borders and putting in place the kind of air gaps that might somehow prevent an actual spread.
I think if we're just to try and link this question about zoning, and in the UK, of course, we've got tiers now rather than zones, but I wanted to link this back to what Bogna was saying before. And if we are entering into this situation where this is the new normal, where we have to expect that this kind of thing is going to happen, and we have to have management systems in place in advance in order to make sure that it's not a huge crisis like this, then it seems like obviously on a geopolitical level, what that means is advantage is going to accrue to certain nations and certain cultures. And this seems to be one of these things where there's just a complete fracturing of the lines of political, making sense of the world politically. It's just kind of falling apart, because you have basically the thing that was meant to characterize the enemy of capitalism, i.e. massive populations which are heavily invested in collectivity, compliant populations that are happy to take social control measures from above. All those things are now what's going to drive the new winners of in capitalism for the next however many 100 years. So that's a complete kind of blowing apart of all of the distinctions that we used in politics in the 20th century. But then also on the other side, one thing that's interesting in the UK, I think, is that in the absence of that, in the absence of any ability of the population to accept any kind of control from above, any kind of collective identification, any suggestion that you are a generic citizen who must do the same as all the other citizens, in the absence of any, there's just no conditioning to be able to accept that, and people just get angry about it immediately. So what's actually happened is a greater fragmentation. So now there's this kind of, as an avatar of individualization, of the individualization of it, you have a breaking up into smaller and smaller areas. So, I'm in tier 2, Manchester's in tier 3, and then Manchester is almost like declaring civil war on the rest of the UK. So it's actually accelerating a kind of patchwork process, which is kind of interesting in itself. And you can see that, that could with the help of technology, that could penetrate down to smaller and smaller areas.
Perhaps there's some kind of species level defensiveness about accepting that humanity can be understood as a collection of data points.
Population, yeah.
Don't really have that problem with monitoring bats, putting satellites in the sky to monitor forests and everything else. Yeah. But we perceive that there's something irreducible about humanity that could never be captured in those technical systems. So maybe there's a species chauvinism about this.
It is a kind of failure to apply the principles of ecology to our own species, I think, yeah.
I was kind of leaping back to Louis' point concerning kind of the fine granularity, I suppose, of how far we can think of datification and technology kind of interpenetrating, even in the side of the body. I think that will be particularly something pushed for in the future. I mean, given the fact, we're understanding that viruses do evolve to kind of manipulate your, the host circadian clock in that case, and that clock, these clocks in your body, I mean, that's responsible for a whole raft of intracellular systems that's changing the whole kind of activity of your translation, transcription, metabolism, and that's where it kind of effectively reprograms your whole cell efficiently in this case. And there's the idea that's being sprung forth too, how this idea about infection and immunity, there is these kind of time-sensitive dynamics that need to be kind of taken into consideration. The idea too, as I was reading the other day, that for example, it's better to give people vaccines in the night because they're at their kind of rest period in this case. So I would just imagine collecting this type of data, getting down again to these very small kind of minuscule points about ourselves. That could be what leads to the advantage in the future, if you are more or less able to kind of capture all this information concerning, yes, the most kind of basic metabolic mechanisms too.
Which basically means shaping the whole of the social structure around the nature of the virus. So the society becomes like a kind of virus puppet.
Yeah, well, that's a nice change from the idea that there's governments disciplining society in some kind of uber rationalist way, that the virus is doing it for them. But yeah.
I think perhaps a concept which we can bring in, and I know I read it in a piece by Anton Jager, it's quarantine corporatism. And it's sort of interesting to see just how, which businesses and enterprises are accelerating. And this is home delivery, as we've been seeing, Amazon, Walmart. It sort of transcribes itself or can also be seen as a type of, as Robin mentioned, a new logistics, and as Dustin sort of alluded to as well, new logistics for the new normal, where, supermarkets become a type of distribution center, et cetera. I think there's a very interesting phenomenon which we've been seeing now. I know of two places, definitely this is happening in Czech Republic, and also Quebec has been actually moving towards questioning self-sustainability, alimentary and nutritional self-sustainability. The Czech government has there's a proposal for a bill which would basically require shopping centers to carry about 30% of, firstly 15% of Czech produce, and then 30% that this would be actually increased. Now, this is not official legislation, but this is, as far as I know, the first time these questions are being broached. And again, it goes to this question of how resilient can a zone be in a way, and for how long, at almost kind of like a garrison mentality, which might go against, again, what Adam was saying, a type of openness, a sort of trans-boundary openness in favor of something quite different.
These boundaries that you're talking about with sort of quotas for local production and things like that, there's a point one of my students came up with earlier in the year about procurement. The idea that the social contract, as it had been previously understood, is this romantic idea of universal rights being guaranteed by a benevolent state, has been substituted for by a sort of a real politic of procurement, where the contemporary states, particularly within Europe, offer the idea, a certain metaphysical notion of providing for the care of their citizens, but as a procurement problem, they cannot deliver. It is impossible to deliver, and one of the things that COVID has done is made this very tangible and very clear, that the promise of being able to provide the care for a populace. And so, these kinds of bringing in old sort of measures of sort of regionalism or some sort of protectionism are attempts to mitigate, I think, what has been run into is kind of a horizontal problem of whatever you want to call it, neoliberalism or global market economics, the idea that everything can be outsourced, but what cannot, it seems.
This horizontalism sort of feeds in very well, and in general, our discussion of zoning with the first question, which has come in on the YouTube channel, and we will be taking questions now for anybody who might be interested. And we have Paul Cheney asking, thinking about the survival of the Pacific Islands and general fragmentation, couldn't patchwork society be the ultimate defense to future outbreaks of yet unknown viruses? I'm sharing the question to the chat, so please feel free to take a look at it. If anybody wants to address the resilience of patchwork in face of virus and infection, please do.
Yeah, well, I mean, the concept of patchwork is essentially to do with fire breaks, right? It's to do with the possibility of experimenting and trying different kind of social formations in this kind of controlled way. So yeah, potentially. But this, I was actually going to mention, this leads into the question of the rural, doesn't it? And one of the interesting things when you're talking about food procurement and so on is what kind of effect these type of events are going to have on the relationship between the urban and the rural, because it's really the concentrated, densely populated areas and the kind of, the centers of communicative capitalism where this kind of outbreak is happening. And there's a possibility that there's a kind of schism between the rural and the urban where, the barriers will go up. And every city in the world is absolutely dependent on massive rural zones. So there's not only this question of kind of dependency of one nation upon another nation's produce, but the dependency of cities upon rural production.
It's the question about the Pacific Islands. Just to come back to that, you know, and Adam and Mark referred to the Anthropocene, and one of the familiar features of that was that as a geological register, it sort of appealed to the notion of an objective, almost kind of alien force that we could still put our hands up and say, you know, is somehow separable. You know, is something that exists in the physical material world. And there's a tendency also in certain arguments to see COVID in this way as okay, it's a virus. There's a biological character to this which is independent of ideology, leading to some notions that can be expressed. You know, we're all in this together. This sort of equally applies across the board and has equal capacity to affect people wherever they are in the world. But clearly we know that it has the capacity to impact not only on different economies or different sort of cultural formations, but different geographies, which is one of the reasons, you know, with island communities, small island communities in the South Pacific, you have a particular sort of exacerbated character of this sort of these singularities of encounter with the virus, which is not dissimilar to the question of the Anthropocene, if you like, the impact of certain aspects of capitalism, the importing, say, of vast quantities of plastic into areas that have no means of recycling or disposing, where they become themselves a kind of snowballing problem. And we see in both cases that there's a certain virulence that needs to be taken into account, and this virulence is not universal. It accelerates or increases or decreases in relation to different kinds of situations, and then the question is, okay, how do we deal with this virulence, which itself is not subject to rhetorical persuasion, let's say, or ideological persuasion? So,
Bogna, perhaps I'm interested in questioning this notion of patchwork with or consideration of what you said previously about the differences between the way things were addressed in Shanghai and things were done in Hong Kong. I'm wondering, considering that the system in China is a much more top heavy entity, do you see at all patchwork and the notion of horizontality, which you sort of alluded to with Hong Kong, bearing any real traction?
Yeah, I think first of all, it's kind of a myth that China is as centralized as people imagine it to be. For example, with the social credit system, it is imagined as a really centralized system, while in fact it's really a bunch of patches exchanging information, we could say. Something to say here, I guess two things. One, how the patches would form is probably one of the most crucial questions. Would the nation state model be transposed in any way into what patches would be? How would you, obviously the neo-reactionary proposal is to have ethnic-based patches, right? So the question of how you form the patches is crucial to what kind of modes of governance will be happening in the patches. Also, we have to notice that we entertain the idea of the patchwork for the reason that we implicitly believe that an increase in governance of the state is an increase in control, right? And it's something that we want to avoid. However, when you look at, I don't know, people who work on automation, I think it was Kevin Kelly who said that the more we automate, the more we actually don't know what's going to come out of it. And we don't spend enough time on questions of technological contingency and the fact that, you know, you might want something to happen and the consequences of that might be very different. So I guess I look at the patchwork as emerging as an interesting alternative, but I think what it's trying to counter is a bit of a scarecrow of this like top-down control governance that's never as top-down or controlled as people are imagining, because there's so much accident and contingency as Paul Virilio said, the invention of any kind of technology is an invention of a corresponding accident, right? So we don't really know how to chart the complexities of governance and technology that come from responses to viruses and so on.
I would also be interested concerning related to the patchwork and I suppose kind of an immunitarian, more or less modeling / politics to emerge. I mean, how essentially, that this has been actually advocated by some members of Silicon Valley, essentially that a patchwork would be unfolding and would be more or less working and corresponding according to the model that yes, antibodies, you have an antibody test. Therefore, this antibody test would, in a certain sense, of course, enable you to go to this zone, that zone, et cetera. And I would also be kind of curious because, if we do imagine this kind of post-immunitarian / or maybe not post, but immunitarian antibody world, would we necessarily see even just kind of different spatial and kind of ethnic or, population kind of demographics in that case? And how would that could that possibly change and challenge, the kind of idea that still is linked up with patchwork, where you are having this homogeneity, nativism, if it's not according to the kind of techno-commercialistic kind of impulse that someone like Land would have, where you do see that it resonates, especially with certain circles that, you really want to put for ethno-nationalist types of states.
But also, isn't it more dangerous, like from purely immunology perspective, to be in small homogeneous groups, because then you're much more vulnerable to something like a biological threat because it cannot be dispersed within the genetically varied population anymore.
Yeah, but these communities are never genetically homogeneous. They're just cultural constructs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Adam and Mark talked about that issue of species solidarity in a sense, which is just a kind of universalized idea of eugenics, really, isn't it? It sort of comes back to this question too, and whether we sort of map eugenics onto a, as Bogner was saying, an ethnicity, or whether we map it onto, as Dustin is sort of suggesting, privilege of access to some pass that allows us access to the territory, and who does have that privilege to access. I mean, sorry, Dustin, I should just clarify that, because the idea that there is a test that is going to show whether people have antibodies or whatnot is again a kind of an appeal to an objective measure. But we know that access to the kinds of treatment, or even the access to tests or the affordability of them, is not equally distributed, and how any kind of egalitarianism is going to be underwritten to sort of suggest that these sort of patchworks are just, let's say, somehow self-evident and not already ideologically conditioned is another question, right?
We have, sorry, Adam, you want to respond?
Yeah, just in relation to the issue of territoriality, I read a really interesting book on this topic. I think we could maybe send it into the discussion forum or something. It's called The Political Economy of Non-Territorial Exit. And it was published last year, and I think it's a very good response to this idea of a patchwork society. Just in brief, the author says basically we could imagine a kind of exit as a kind of thing which can be separated from territories. He says that the crypto technologies could potentially make possible a kind of exit from existing social structures as a kind of, not a real possibility, but as a constant threat. We could individuals would have that sort of power to basically blackmail existing states, to always so that they could opt out of certain aspects of governmentality which they wouldn't want to participate in, like in taxation, for example. And I think this would be a really constructive idea that we could separate exit from territory. You don't have to secede from a country in order to maybe not participate in everything. So I think it's kind of a good alternative to this idea of fragmentation. It's sort of take fragmentation to a whole new level, I guess, in like cyber reality. I think it's just like an interesting option. I don't know how plausible it is, but it's a very interesting utopia. Yeah, it's just.
How would you be a non-participant in a pandemic, for example?
I think it's a question whether you want to like be part of the lockdown or not. So there would be states where this kind of lockdown would be open up and kind of like during the plague in the Middle Ages, kind of like the death drive should open up, and so I would consider something like this possible. But there should be like a territory for this.
Well, it involves like introducing a higher level of selectivity into participation in state services and government services. So I mean, it's like a very utopian in the sense that I don't think it's possible right now, but it's potential. I think technology could go in a certain direction which makes possible this kind of idea that you don't have to fight a war or do a referendum to like get out of like you can pick and choose which parts of a government you want to participate in.
But in connection with the pandemic, it would mean that you could choose between, for example, several kind of vaccines, and you don't
like packages or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't say that this is like a solution to this patchwork thing, but I think it's like a good point of departure, I guess, for like thinking in a different way about these kinds of things. But it's a very libertarian way of thinking, so we don't really agree with all of that, but it's very provocative and constructive in many ways, I think, to think out of the box when thinking about territory, population, governmentality, like... but I just want to like bring that in.
The thing about patchwork, though, is like any kind of political theory, it's just totally moronic if you think about it on the level of shall we do this or not? You know, should we do patchwork? This goes back to what Bogna was saying about technology as well. You know, what's more interesting is to say, you know, COVID is acting like a kind of social iodine, like it's dropped into this petri dish and it's making evident all of these fracture lines and these existing tendencies. And there's definitely a sense in which you're seeing this virtual potential for patchwork rising to the surface. And it makes it clear, I think, that patchwork is a kind of something like an interference pattern between global homogenization and libertarianism. It's like the more homogenous, connected, and inextricable the world becomes, and Louis was saying, you know, we're all in this together, the more you reach these crunch points where people are like, well, hang on, we didn't do this. And that's what I'm saying about the possibility of a kind of rural secession is, you know, we didn't do this. We were growing your food for you. We weren't the one going on 7 EasyJet flights a week. You know, we weren't the ones in the coffee shops spreading the virus. So I think there's a definite possibility for it to kind of drive those processes, but also through this kind of tiering of society and the fact that it kind of introduces an element of competition almost into the scenario. And especially in the UK, where cities are being put into the highest tier without really having any clear idea of how they can get out of it. So it's producing a lot of tension. So I think it's really interesting just to see that again, COVID is acting as an accelerator for these processes.
Outside of the question, what should we do, is like the least interesting question
possible
at any point. Especially because if we look at the history of technological and social paradigm shifts, they very rarely happen because a group of humans like sat in one place and decided to do something. Actually, it's quite a complex evolution of social and technological factors that leads to some kind of paradigm shift. Like with the agricultural revolution, it didn't happen because humans sat down and invented agriculture. it happened, for example, because of a special tilt between the Earth and the Sun that allowed for a really long summer, that allowed for conditions for agricultural revolution to happen. So there's so many factors that would influence something like a switch to patchwork model, and individual or collective will might be part of that, but it will not be a deciding factor of such a big shift in governance.
It's interesting how so many of these kinds of discussions always seem to resurrect the idea of rational social relations, that there is something which is society or governance that is inherently rational, as opposed to being driven by, say, broadly irrational impulses or whatnot. And one of the ideas behind the theme for this discussion for May Day, which I don't think I couldn't actually hear him because it was breaking up in the introduction, but was the idea that along with COVID emerging, we've seen this period of what's referred to as political unrest or instability or protest or whatnot. And the question of when people take to the streets and when they aren't simply involved in the business of seizing power, what are they doing? What is this spectacle of protest? Who is it directed at? Who is the addressee? And this broadcast of the signal, Mayday, Mayday, we're crashing, something's wrong, help us. Who is being called upon to help? Is it the idea of the benevolent state with a conscience which is going to reform itself and act for the greater good of a populace or whatnot? Is it a call to arms? Help us against this thing, or what is it also? And the idea that there is an entity somewhere, a state, a God, a father, who is going to hear this call and attend to reason and say this is the right thing and this is what we should do. We should do it in this rational and systematic way and assist the people who have enacted a rational critique of the state and so on, as if these are precisely the kinds of impulses and response that we're dealing with. And it's interesting that there is a kind of positivism that keeps creeping back in, no matter what a sort of apocalyptic tone seems to be its vehicle.
Back to the question of like where we began, which was looking at the kind of introductory text to the talk and kind of asking, where is this hysteria coming from? Where is the question, what should we do, coming from? And the claim, I think, in that text that this isn't a contingency, it's something that's been there all along, as if COVID has come to fill the place of some expected event, which is basically a form of what Reza Negarestani calls affordance, right? It's like seeing COVID as something that you can fit inside your already existing cognitive framework. And that just bespeaks the fact that we're quite incapable of dealing with something that is pure contingency, that we weren't prepared for, and that we don't have any idea how it's going to play out. So we kind of invent these myths to deal with it.
But can we say it's pure contingency, though? Because I think this has been anticipated for a long time. It might not be disease X, but I think the mechanism that we've resorted to has just been denial, which in itself enables the reduction of this type of uncertainty in that case to happen. So, and I just have another quick point to ask. So how much do we also envision, with kind of this economy of scale, Amazon? Of course, it's not as much pronounced, let's say, in Europe per se, but looking at the United States and looking at this kind of neo-cartelism that's kind of emerging. That you are going to see a lot of these major companies. You're already seeing Tesla, of course, now the biggest car maker, and the amount of capitalization is just exponential, et cetera. How much can we even envision or say, they are fulfilling a very patchwork type of model in a certain sense through a kind of, subscribership and customership type of basis. And they are already having the kind of whole logistical supply chain fulfilled. I guess I'm really kind of interested is how much do we anticipate or envision kind of them taking over the governance functions and them taking on the questions as well, where they get concerned or interested in the customers and subscribers' health, because they have all the ability to again collect all these types of data from them. But what's going to be somehow, some way? What are they going to give back, and how are they going to also? What's going to be the long-term interest to be for them to try to preserve populations or preserve their customer base? I'd be kind of interested in that. Would we see Amazon and all these kind of and Google, maybe, even though it's kind of potentially breaking up, become more and more interested in kind of biopolitical or / health questions for citizens, because that would be a way that they can kind of garner the kind of exit voice loyalty model in that way?
These are all very, very pertinent questions. There's one question on YouTube, which I think before we finish, we could address. I like the way it sort of ties things back to a type of primal scene of this whole discussion, which is ultimately type of death. So anyway, Bertalan Eged asks, my question is for Adam, and please, you will again see it in the chat. My question is for Adam. So I understand the openness he talked about, but what about the people who opened themselves up and died in the virus? What about the relations between the openness and death?
Yeah, I guess this sort of comes back to the issue of denial. We modern secular people are in denial about the fact that, we're going to die, and what happens. This wasn't evident in previous social forms. You knew what's going to happen after death. And now we don't really know what's going to happen to us, heaven or hell. It's not really plausible anymore. We can't really, you could cultivate a kind of Epicurean acceptance of death. I think that's a sort of a good starting point, but it's very hard for modern people, I think, to think about finitude. And I think we're in desperate need of thinking again about finitude and about sort of reducing our expectations, I think, exponentially, about what we want from society and from life. And I think this crisis is a good opportunity to sort of cut back our expectations about what we want, what we expect in the developed world, at least. I think that's just what came off the top of my head.
Okay. Do we have any final comments or provocations? Responses? If not, then I would very much like to thank all of our panelists here. It was a wonderful discussion. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, as much as the audience no doubt did. PMF 2020 is continuing with Auto Poetic and Ellie Anders, an AV performance, which will be streamed live. So without further ado, thank you again, everyone, and till next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Hi there, it's Martin, aka Autopoetic. It's a quiet, starry night up here in the mountains. I left Prague and became a bit of a hermit here. Stayed in a cottage for a couple of days and prepared this set I'm gonna play for you right now. And Ali's gonna mix some visuals with it, so hopefully you can enjoy it. Originally, we wanted to play a live gig on Friday at Punctum, but unfortunately, as you know, the situation is not very good, and we're just a step from a lockdown, so that wasn't possible. So I'm gonna do it right now from here. by the way, I'd like to thank the whole Microfestival crew for making this happen. Despite all these obstacles we're facing today, I think we need culture more than ever now. And I hope you enjoy all the readings, discussions, and performances. And hopefully we'll see you next year in Prague in May, as usual. Let's do it.
ใบชี้แจงการใช้อุปกรณ์นิรภัยอยู่ในกระเป๋าเก้าอี้หน้าที่นั่งของท่านกรุณาศึกษาอย่างละเอียดครับ
A copy of this safety information card is in your seat pocket. Please read it carefully.
ขอเรียนให้ท่านทราบว่าทุกเที่ยวบินของสายการบินไทยแอร์เอเชียเป็นเที่ยวบินปลอดบุหรี่ครับกรุณางดสูบบุหรี่ในห้องน้ำและห้องโดยสารตลอดการเดินทางขอบคุณครับ
Smoking is prohibited on all Air Asia flights. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special announcement. Removal of life vest, seat belt, or an unauthorized use of any safety equipment is a serious offense and is against the Thai Air Navigation Act. Thank you for your cooperation.
ท่านผู้มีเกียรติครับเสื้อชูชีพและเข็มขัดนิรภัยรวมทั้งอุปกรณ์นิรภัยบนเครื่องบินมีไว้ใช้ในกรณีฉุกเฉินเท่านั้นการนำอุปกรณ์ดังกล่าวออกจากเครื่องบินหรือเปิดใช้โดยไม่มีเหตุจำเป็นถือเป็นความผิดที่ร้ายแรงขัดต่อกฎหมายและพระราชบัญญัติการเดินอากาศขอบพระคุณทุกท่านใน
So